welcome back to my channel. If you're new, my name is Mabel. I'm a content creator, I'm a vlogger, beauty product analyst and reviewer. I'm a creative media and entertainment person. I enjoy entertainment. I like dancing, I like singing on my channel. I do vlogs, I like outfits, fashion, I do try-ons, I do beauty reviews, I do product reviews, I do hair and makeup, I do makeup tutorials. I also do content of like skits. I love skits, I love like musical skits, fashion skits, outfit skits, dance and lifestyle skits. I love short content. I love 16-minute processes. I love using different tactics and tools to make content creative, to like keep content current, to upgrade my talent and trends. I enjoy creative control of my content. I love creativity. I do draw, I do arts, but I do like more visual content like singing, dancing, entertainment, fashion, modeling, makeup, skincare, review, outing, lit, turning up, looking good, styling. I'm stylish. Women's clothes, I like sexy clothes, I like different types of like outfits. I like useful kind of fashion, like latest. I like revealing. I like high street, trendy kind of clothes. So that's what I like to do. I like dressing up. I like product analysis. I like product review. I like product review. I like beauty, fashion, modeling, makeup, that kind of thing. I like lifestyle. I do like to talk about like how to engrave like your talent into like your method, how to like increase your talent, how to like encourage yourself to be talented, how to entertain yourself, how to like energize your talent, how to like engage, emphasize the best parts of your talent, increase your talent, be creative. I like believable, like better like quality of like content, like of clothes, of makeup, of products. Generally, I do like to look for the best content, the best products. I like to look for the best products, the best itinerary, things that are really nice, I feel like are relevant, things that are good looking, things that are actually like current, things that I prefer. My own taste is different. I do prefer trendy taste. I don't like too much high-end. I don't like too much luxury. I don't like too much like exorbitant. I don't like too much of that. I like simple, things that are relatable. I like my own type of taste. I feel like current is always the best. I think when you properly like enhance your own dieting, your own like physical attributes, you pretty much sink into the kind of like budget and habits and spending and shopping you would want to do. And that's why I pretty much like to cater for, pretty much like to expose and endorse. I like normal brands. I feel like brands are really producing a lot for people. I like to prioritize the customer. I do like customer service. I look for brands that do have customer service. I'm trying to improve my ambassadorship. I'm trying to improve my spokesworthiness. I'm trying to do things that are more like simple options for everybody that wants to kind of like take their their lifestyle further. Feel like style is I just feel like I like, just my own personal taste. I like commercial kind of clothes. I just have like my own personal taste. I won't really go out of budget. I do like to like just look for my own personal taste, things that I find fun, things that I find cute, things that I find useful for me. So I just feel like there's a lot of opportunities, especially being in the UK. They have a lot of like clothing, a lot of like gifts, a lot of like fashion that is not even tapped, because a lot of things are charitable, exchange and all that. So I just feel like this is really nice for me that wants to explore like international fashion, international like lifestyle, different things, even music, entertainment, dance, things that I like to do. If you like fitness, if you like things like that, then you can come here. A lot of stuff is like promoted, but people just don't know where to find the promotion. So I do like to look for promotions. I do like to look for gift deals and gift options and things like that for someone that would like to have a gift or treat themselves, spoiling yourself, self-care and things like that. So I hope you enjoy my content. I do feel like I'm creative. I like creative control. I like pushing myself. I'm still getting more habitual, you know, in entertainment, in creativity. So do stay tuned, do stay updated, do keep it locked on this channel, do support and sponsor the vision, do you know, stop by, do, you know, see, you know, take a glance, do scroll through your timeline, you know, look through the content, you know, find relatable videos, share the vision, enjoy, entertain yourself, engage, do become a follower, a subscriber. This is a welcome channel. I'm happy with my progress. Thank you for following me on YouTube. Thank you for showing support. Thank you for keeping my you know, my channel you know, positive and progressive. Thank you so much. So happy to be, you know, back again with good energy. Thanks for new month. We're in spring. It's the beginning of April. It's a new month. Yeah, welcome to the new month. Welcome to the second quarter. We're in second quarter. God is good. I hope you enjoyed Easter. This is you know, a fresh month. It's for better energy, for the better, you know, happy new month. No April Fools. I hope we're all not fooled. Will not be fooled till the end of the year. You know, no foolery till December. No foolery 2024, no Fool's Day, you know, 2024. So happy April, happy Easter, happy new month. Welcome to the new season. Yeah, I'm glad to be back. And I hope you enjoy this channel. I hope you keep sponsoring. I hope you keep supporting. I'll become, you know, consistent follower, subscriber. You feel the vibes, you get the vibes, you engage the vibes, you incite, you know, you encourage the vibes in yourself, you keep the vibes going. This is for vibes, this is for fun. I like to have fun. Let's keep it fun. Let's keep it, you know, let's keep it popping. Let's go. I hope you enjoy. Keep, you know, stay tuned. Keep it on your radar. Stay updated. And welcome to my YouTube family. Thank you for growing. Hope you stay. Continue to like, like, comment, share, subscribe to the channel. Continue to support, you know, my endeavors. Continue to stay tuned. I'll bring you more entertainment, more content, more productions, more everything. You know, to be going. Continue to be consistent with this vision and journey. Thank you for so much, you know, support. Thank you so much. Thank you, you know, just you know, for yeah, the consistency. Thank you so much for the encouragement. Thank you so much for the following. Thank you so much for everything. Stay true to the platform, and I hope you stay tuned. Thanks, guys. I hope you have a great month. We're going to get, you know, into another good episode, another good drop, another good video, and I hope you enjoy it. I have something good for you guys, so stay tuned. Have a good month. Enjoy the weekend. Happy new month. Stay tuned, you know, for the rest of the video. Hope you stay blessed. Thanks for supporting. Stay, you know, in tune. Like, comment, share, subscribe, support, turn on post notifications. Thanks so much. Enjoy the weekend. Keep it locked, and I'll see you in the rest of the video. Stay tuned. Bye. So hi guys. Yeah, so I'm back. Welcome back. So I'm back again. It's a new week, and I'm back with some new special. I'm back with some new tea for you. Another episode in the review series. I'm back to review another really good television series that I like. A really good show that I've been watching, that I really watched for a while. That really kept me like entertained. That carried me along. That really like came strong. Like I felt strongly like positive about. So I'm doing another review series. I spend my time, I've been watching a lot of cancelled shows, like a lot of my shows that I like watching. We know that we have a lot of platforms. Like I know that sometimes the subscribing for platforms, paying subscription fees expensive. Subscribing to streaming and all that can be expensive. Like if you can't watch it like online, you don't have a good IP address, then you really can't watch what you want. Paying subscription fees expensive, which is why like a lot of good shows are cancelled. Like we didn't say a lot of shows come back. I've been watching like a lot of cancelled shows. I was able to watch if you know, like a lot of shows from the UK were really like popular for a while. For like a few years there were lots of like really good shows from the UK. But some of them, they didn't really stay like programmed. The programming didn't stay. They didn't finish like some of the seasons. Like a lot of shows like from the UK that I watched some like I saw if you know, like there's some really good ones on Netflix. So I was watched Dairy Girls. I watched that for like 3 seasons. I'm watching that one for a while, since like the past few years since the pandemic. I've been watching it. They had like the first 2 seasons, so I catch it on Netflix. It's a UK British series. It stars British actors. It's based in Ireland. It's about like young people in the UK. It's nice. Watched it. It didn't really stay on like subscription for a long time. I watched episode 1, I watched season 1, I watched season 2, and it stopped after a while. They didn't finish season 3 for like a year or so. There was a delay. I didn't watch season 3 until like last year, recently, when I started my studies. So I was able to watch it, but like the consistency was off. I really liked watching it because I think that one, it's like nostalgic. If you watch some things from like growing up, what's probably familiar to you or something you've watched before, you want to watch again. I felt like that's a really good show. I like the actors. Some of them are really popular. Like they had a really good cast, really good comedic actors. I liked it. I think the producers were the storylines have been the same. I think the cast was like a mixed cast. Some of the actors have been on other interesting programs. Someone like Nicola Coughlan, she's really popular. She's done a lot of movies, like popular movies in her like age group. Like she just did Barbie. Watch Barbie, that was just shown recently, like last year, that came out. She was in the Barbie movie. She's a funny comedic actress. She's Irish. She's funny. From the UK. She's a funny comedic actress. She was in Barbie. So she was on the show. Like I really enjoyed watching it, and I watched season 1 and season 2. Those were both on Netflix, and I watched them, and I liked it. I enjoyed watching it. Like I kept watching it. It was good. It doesn't have long episodes, and then after a while, like I didn't see the season 3, and it's a really funny show. Like I really enjoyed watching it. Like I don't know what happened to the cast or like the production, but the casting kind of like didn't, the season, like the program didn't continue. Like it had delay in like airing. They didn't have an air date, so I didn't get to watch season 3 until like a while. So what I'm saying is that like a lot of shows that like were consistently on Netflix, like you would probably subscribe to, that you want to pay money for, they get pulled off of like your streaming platform and your streaming like subscription. So it makes you don't want to renew the subscription, so it makes it like a waste of money. And like if you're not in a good IP area, you may not be able to watch what you want to watch on like your laptop, or like watch what you want to watch on TV, unless you pay for it, which makes things difficult. So like I like watching different things. Like I used to be on Netflix like a lot. I used to subscribe to things, subscribe to a lot of shows on Netflix. Like I used to watch different things. So I got caught into like a lot of shows that came out that were like really promoted from Netflix, like a lot of really good shows like internationally that are like picked up, booked for a lot of awards and not a lot of like buzz. So I watched Dairy Girls. That was interesting. That was fun. I watched it. I liked the acts, the cast. I did like the casting of that one. So maybe like, okay, I'm going to stay on Netflix. I'm going to just try to be like continuously watching series, and like continuously watching and continuously like staying updated. Like just I'm going to keep like subscribing and things like that. I'll keep watching. So I watched it. Like some of them are good. I like that one. It had a delay while they were on a break. I didn't watch it from before, but I was able to watch it like on my TV, like at home. Watched it. Another one that like I got turned on to, like that came out. Bridgerton was really popular for a long time. We had the first season. I was really interested. Like I was really like enthusiastic about watching Netflix. I was really like I was really like okay. I was really like paying attention, watching, because like if you usually watch things like online, like finding the right like streaming service, like a right streaming website is the most important thing. Like if you want to stream properly, you will need to find a go-to. And like things I've been watching like online like for free for a long time, they don't have like the continuous like series. They would not update things, or them don't have it, you know, they will remove like programs and things I like to watch. I will usually watch like a lot of like cancelled things I've not watched in a while that have been cancelled, that I've been watching like for a long time, like a lot of old shows that I've been watching like that get cancelled. Watching like online is really like stressful because you know the show has been cancelled. You know, even the things I really enjoyed watching, it just became boring. Like, okay, I'm watching lots of cancelled shows. This made me like renew, like, okay, what happened between the time that they were airing. Okay, yeah, so before I begin, I'm just going to do like a review of the cast. I'll start with the list of main cast members. The main cast, starting from all the lists of Bridgerton characters and cast members. Yeah, I'll start with the main cast. The first main cast member is Anthony Bridgerton, who is the 9th Viscount. He's played by Jonathan Bailey, who is a known English actor of UK fame, musical, stage and things like that. He's also won Critics' Choice Award on television. He plays Anthony Bridgerton, who is the eldest heir of the Bridgerton home, who became Viscount at a young age after witnessing the sudden death of his father, which left him traumatized, closed off and fearful of love and loss. Anthony is the lead character of the second novel in the Bridgerton series, of which the show is based, which is the novel series The Viscount Who Loved Me, and of the second season of the series also. Season 2. The next main character is Benedict Bridgerton, played by Luke Thompson. Luke Thompson is a popular English actor. He's known for Bridgerton. He's won awards on in the UK, BBC One, on BBC One Television, What's on Stage Awards. He's been on Netflix for a while. He's young. He's played by Luke Thompson. Benedict Bridgerton is the second eldest Bridgerton child. As the spare of the family, he's less concerned with conforming to society and discovers a passion for art and a more bohemian lifestyle. Benedict is the lead character of the third novel in the book series, An Offer from a Gentleman. The next main actor is Colin Bridgerton, played by Luke Newton. Luke Newton is an English actor known for playing Colin Bridgerton in the Bridgerton series, Netflix series Bridgerton. It's been on Disney Channel on the series The Lodge. It's been on other series and films in the UK. He's an English actor. Colin Bridgerton is the third child. He's the third Bridgerton child. He struggles with a lack of purpose and spends much of his time traveling. Colin is the lead character of the fourth novel, Romancing Mr. Bridgerton, and of the third season of the series. The next main character is Daphne Bassett, née Bridgerton, who is also the Duchess of Hastings. She's played by Phoebe Dynevor. Phoebe Dynevor is an English actress. She's known for her role in Netflix Bridgerton. Her films include The Color Room, Bank of Dave, and Fair Play. She's earned a BAFTA Star Award nomination 2024. She's Daphne Bassett, and is the fourth Bridgerton child and eldest daughter of the family. In the book, she's in her second season and lacks worthy suitors because most men consider her too friendly in the series. She's the season's incomparable, highly sought-after debutante whose chances at a match are repeatedly sabotaged by her overprotective brother Anthony. Daphne is the lead character of the first novel, The Duke and I, and of the first season of the series, of the book series. She plays the incomparable debutante of the family. The next main character is Eloise Bridgerton, played by Claudia Jessie. Claudia Jessie is an English actress known for her role on Netflix Bridgerton and other popular English and European procedural police dramas. She's been on Line of Duty, which is a popular American show. She's been on the Porters and also on the ITV series Vanity Fair. She's a popular English actress. Claudia Jessie plays Eloise Bridgerton, who is the 5th Bridgerton child. She's frustrated by her limited options as a woman and would rather educate herself than engage with the season or settle down. Eloise is the lead character of the 5th novel in the book series To Sir Philip with Love. The next main character is Francesca Bridgerton, played by Ruby Stokes in seasons 1 to 2 and Hannah Dog in season 3. Ruby Stokes is an English actress. She's known for roles on Netflix series Lockwood & Co, Paramount, also on the Burning Girls. She's appeared in Bridgerton and other blockbuster films. She's an English actress. She is the 6th Bridgerton child, Francesca Bridgerton. She's more reserved than the rest of her family and is often away. Francesca is the lead character of the 6th novel When He Was Wicked. The next character in the main character is Gregory Bridgerton, played by Will Tilston. He's an English actor. He's known for his roles in the biographical film Goodbye Christopher Robin and the Netflix period drama Bridgerton in 2020. Will Tilston, an English actor, plays Gregory Bridgerton, who's the 7th Bridgerton child and youngest son of the family. Gregory is the lead character of the 8th and final novel in the series On the Way to the Wedding. The next character is Hyacinth Bridgerton, played by Florence Hunt. Florence Hunt is an English child actress known for her roles in Bridgerton. She's the 8th and youngest Bridgerton child. Despite her young age, she often tries to involve herself in the exploits of her older siblings. Hyacinth is the lead character of the 7th novel, It's in His Case. The next character is Violet Neil Ledger, who is Adjoa Andoh Viscountess Bridgerton, played by Ruth Gemmell in Bridgerton. Ruth Gemmell is an English actress. She starred in Fever Pitch in 1997, been on numerous popular British and American TV shows such as EastEnders, Casualty, Home Fires, Penny Dreadful, but many remember her from the role of Carly Beaker and as the mother of the title character in the Tracy Beaker franchise since 2004. So if you know Tracy Beaker, you know her as Carly Beaker, the mother, which is very popular, one of my favorite shows. In 2020, she began playing Violet Bridgerton in Bridgerton series. Violet is the mother of the Bridgerton children and Edmund Bridgerton, the late father's widow. She had a poor reaction to her husband's premature death and became emotionally absent, but has since transformed into a loving and protective matriarch for her family, though she occasionally lacks awareness of her children's deeper anxieties. The next main character is Edmund, who is the 8th Viscount Bridgerton, played by Rupert Evans. Rupert Evans is obviously a popular British actor. We know Rupert Evans from many movies, such as we know him as a popular British actor from many movies. He is played as the late father of the Bridgerton children in the flashbacks and Violet's husband. He unexpectedly died in 1803 from an allergic reaction to a bee sting. The next set of characters are the love interests. The first one is Simon Basset, who is the Duke of Hastings, played by Regé-Jean Page. Regé-Jean Page is an English actor who has appeared in Waterloo Road on BBC One, Roots, and For the People on ABC, before he became a very popular actor in the first role of Netflix, Bridgerton in 2020. He's a very popular, beautiful, good-looking actor, played by Regé-Jean Page, who's a British actor. He plays the Duke of Hastings, who is the title suitor bachelor. He's an eligible suitor who returned to London during the season, having sworn against marriage and children due to a vow he made to his abusive father on the latter's deathbed. He makes a pact with Daphne Bridgerton to feign a courtship to serve both their interests, leading to a growing attraction between them. In the books, he becomes a supporting character after the first novel. However, Page exited the series after the first season, with Simon occasionally mentioned in passing. The next main character, love interest is Penelope Featherton, Penelope Featherington, played by Nicola Coughlan, who is a friend of Louise Bridgerton, who lives in the house across the road. Louise is a feminist daughter. In the series, she's the youngest Featherington daughter. In the book, there's a fourth daughter, Felicity. A seemingly naive warfare, Penelope is revealed to be the anonymous gossip columnist Lady Whistledown, narrated by Julie Andrews. Julie Andrews is the narrator of the voiceover, the narrator of the series. She plays the voiceover roles of Lady Whistledown and narrations. Julie Andrews, you know her hugest, legendary veteran English Broadway actress, Sound of Music, and a Oscar winner. At the end of the first season, something not revealed by the books. We didn't know she was the gossip columnist until the fourth novel. She has harbored a secret infatuation with Eloise's brother Colin for many years. The next character, love interest, is Sir Philip Crane, who's played by Chris Fulton. Oh right, before I forget, Penelope Featherington is played by Nicola Coughlan. Nicola Coughlan is one of my favorite Irish actresses, UK British actresses. She is known for her roles as Claire Devlin in Channel 4 sitcom Derry Girls, Penelope Featherington in Netflix Bridgerton. I loved her in Derry Girls. She's so funny. She's one of my favorite actresses, beautiful. She's played a very funny character in Derry Girls. I love her from that show. She's back in Bridgerton as Penelope Featherington with a secret. The next character is Sir Philip Crane, played by Chris Fulton, who is a Scottish actor. He's a baronet and the younger brother of Marina Thompson's lover, George. After George dies in battle, Philip takes it upon himself to marry Marina to care for her and her children. He has a keen interest in botany. In the books, he's introduced in the fifth novel as a recent widower and single father. The next of the main characters are family members. The first family member is Portia Dowager Baroness Featherington, played by Polly Walker. Polly Walker is an English actress starring in films Enchanted April, Patriot Games, Silver, Restoration, The Gambler, and Savage Messiah. In 2006, she received the Golden Globe nomination for her role in the drama series Rome. If you know Rome, it's a historical drama. She is also known for BBC roles such as Line of Duty, Prisoner's Wives, now starring in Netflix Bridgerton, playing the role of Portia Featherington Baroness, who is the matriarch of the Featherington family, known for her tacky fashion sense and various schemes to marry off her daughters, which reveal in the show. The next main characters are Prudence Featherington, played by Bessie Carter, who is an English actress known for popular television and films, and Philippa Finch, née Featherington, played by Harriet Cains, who is also an English actress known for popular film. Now in Bridgerton, they are the older Featherington daughters. Philippa marries Albion Finch, played by Lord MacDonald, who is a Scottish actor known for the role in Beasts and Trainspotting, which I love. In 2016, Albion Finch is playing Philippa's husband, and the series first and second seasons. In the books, Philippa marries Nigel Berwick, but in the movie she's marrying Albion Finch, and while Prudence ends up marrying Robert Huxley, but we'll reveal all those things later in the storyline. The next character is Marina Lily Crane, née Thompson, played by Ruby Barker. Ruby Barker is a popular British film actress known for Broadway and awarded with Best Actress Urban roles, known British film actress. In the series, she plays Marina Crane, who is a rural Featherington cousin from a rural gentry family. Her lover, George Crane, left her pregnant when he went off to war and died before he fulfilled his intention to marry her. She has a storyline going through, we'll reveal that later in the secret in the series. So I'll tell you, her plot twist in her secret secluded situation, her secret predicament. She later, she's a Bridgerton cousin, who is just, a Featherington cousin who is just from a rural background, and then comes to be inbred into the Featherington house to be kept as a servant to help, and that's when her fortunes change and her twist of fate comes. The next main character is Archibald by Featherington, played by Ben Miller. Ben Miller is an English comedian and actor known for popular English roles and shows. Is the head of the Featherington family and a known gambler. Already deceased in the books, he appears in the first season of the series. That's Baron Featherington, who's a gambler, head of the Featherington family. He's gambled and squandered their fortunes. The next main character is Lord Jack Featherington, played by Rupert Young, who is a cousin of Archibald and the presumed heir to the Featherington estate upon the latter's death. He's a conman who claims to own ruby mines in America, which are later revealed to be unprofitable as rubies counterfeit. The next main character and the Duke and Duchess of Hastings. They're Simon's parents. In the series, the Duchess's name is Sarah Bassett. Simon's mother died in childbirth, and his father put a great deal of pressure on his son and shamed him for having his daughter in his youth, which will reveal later about his childhood trauma and his mother's mysterious death and her role as Duchess. Next main set of characters are the royals in the kingdom. There are only a few royals in the background, but they maintain the monarchy of the kingdom. The first is Queen Charlotte, who's played by Golda Rosheuvel, a British actress of Guyana descent, playing Queen Charlotte in Bridgerton, working on a number of on-screen roles. She's now playing the role of the Queen Charlotte, monarch of the kingdom in Bridgerton. Queen Charlotte is based on the real-life Queen consort Charlotte of Mecklenburg-Strelitz, who is a queen in the English Queen of Great Britain and Ireland, wife of King George at the time in the UK, in Great Britain in 1800s and 1700s. She greets the debutants at the start of each season and is determined to discover who is behind Lady Whistledown. The next main monarch is Prince Frederick of Prussia, played by Freddie Stromer. Freddie Stromer is professionally a British actor, known for his roles as Cormac McLaggen in Harry Potter. He's played DC Extended Universe series Peacemaker and a multitude of other popular roles. She's a popular British actor. Is Queen Charlotte's nephew who caught Daphne in the first season of the series. Prince Frederick is Prince Frederick of Prussia, who plays the prince who everybody is attracted to, eligible Prince Bachelor who caught Daphne in the first season of the series. The next actor is King George III, monarch King George III, played by James Fleet in Bridgerton. James Fleet is an English actor of theatre, radio and screen, played in the 1994 British romantic comedy Four Weddings and a Funeral, and also on BBC television series. He's playing King George III, who has a dementia state, and he's supposedly not mentally well, and so the Queen is commanding the kingdom in his absence and using that to assume power and authority behind his control. It's based on the real king, as in real life he has gone mad by the time of Bridgerton. So these are the monarchs. The next set of main characters are members of the town. Lady Agatha Danbury, played by Adjoa Andoh in Bridgerton. Adjoa Andoh is a British actress, a popular British actress who has been in a number of popular British television series such as Doctor Who, EastEnders, played Invictus, also in Mandela's Chief of Staff Brenda Mazibuko in the film Invictus. That's what she played. She's now in Bridgerton. She's of Ghanaian descent. Very popular, beautiful. I think she's my favorite character in Bridgerton. She plays Lady Danbury, who is insightful, doyen, and powerful matron of the town. She mentored Simon Bassett growing up, the Duke of Hastings. She later sponsors Mary and her daughter stay in London as a favor for Yes, in the books, Lady Danbury gets along well with Hyacinth Bridgerton, who reads pulp novels to her. In the prequel series, young Aretha was unhappily married to an older man and had an affair with Lord Ledger after his death. She's a very wise, highly social, upper class, wealthy, social leader, and so she's a very popular, important character in the movie. The next main character is Lady Cowper of the Ton. Lady Cowper and Cressida Cowper, played by Joanna Babin and Jessica Madsen, who are both English actresses. Jessica Madsen has played Clarice in the horror film Leatherface. Now on Bridgerton, the gospel mother and spoiled daughter. Cressida competes with Daphne Bridgerton in the 1813 season for the affections of Prince Frederick and threatens to expose Daphne's kiss with Simon Basset in The Guardian. This has takes interest in Jack Featherington, believing him to be wealthy. So they're both mother and daughter social social like climbers, social playmakers. So they're trying to win affections, get rich and do things. So that's them. They're still in the storyline. We reveal that later in the recap. Next member of the Ton is Nigel Baron Bearbrook, played by Jamie Beamish, who is a baron who courts Daphne in the first book and first season and tries to corner her into marriage. Caroline Quentin plays Nigel's mother, Lady Bearbrook, who is an English actress, played in Men Behaving Badly and other UK television shows. She plays Nigel's mother, Lady Bearbrook. The next main character of the Ton is Sir Henry Granville, played by Julian Ovenden, who's an English actor and singer from Broadway and West End. He's an artist who introduces Benedict to the bohemian world in the first season of the series. He's gay in an open marriage with his wife Lucy, played by Sandra Tells, and secret relationship with Lord Weatherby, played by Ned Porteous, who is an English actor known for his roles in EastEnders and The Emmerdale. The next member of the Ton is Lord Lumley, who is played by Louis Gaunt, who courts Edwina with his knowledge and talent in poetry. The next main character of the Ton is that's it. Those are the main characters from the Ton. Now the working class characters. The first one is main characters. The first one is Will Mondrick, played by Martins in Magbe, who is a British Nigerian actor. He's played a very award-winning, notable role in Richard II. Now on Netflix. Bridgerton. He's a British Nigerian actor playing Will. Will is Will Mondrick. He's a boxer and Simon Bassett's friend. It's based on a real-life boxer from the time, emulating the story of a real-life boxer at that time, with Bill Richmond, who was a famous athletic sports person. His name became a spoonerism, like a backward reversal of that name. He retires from boxing and later starts his own gentleman's club with his wife Alice, played by Emma Naomi. The next main character of the working class is Sienna Russell, played by Sabrina Bartlett. She's an English actress. She's known for her roles in BBC One News series, Passing Bells, ITV drama Victoria, and other Netflix drama and shows. She's an opera singer and Anthony's mistress in the first season. The tumultuous relationship comes to an end before he meets she's playing his first mistress and his girlfriend as an opera singer and his mistress. She shows herself revealing the relationship in the show. We see her storyline. The next working class character is Madame Genevieve Delacroix, played by Catherine Jonesdale, who is a very popular English actress. She has been in roles on the BBC such as 2 Pints of Lager and A Packet of Crisps. Vanity Fair, Centurion. Yeah, the next character is Madame Genevieve Delacroix, played by Catherine Drysdale, who is an English actress. She's gained prominence through her roles on BBC, such as 2 Pints of Lager and a Packet of Crisps, and the films Vanity Fair and Centurions. Very popular English actress of notable popular British fame. Popular shows I like. She's the mysterious local modiste who fakes being French and makes dresses for the ladies of the town. She has an affair with Benedict in the first season. In the second, she becomes an accomplice to Penelope. The next set of main characters are Servantry. First is Brinsley, played by Hugh Sachs in Bridgerton. He's an English actor. He's also on the spin-off Queen Charlotte from Bridgerton, the following spin-off, which is going to be reviewed soon. Brinsley is the Queen's secretary. The prequel reveals that he's gay and has been in a relationship with the Queen's secretary Reynolds, played by Freddie Dennis. The next in character of the secretary is Rose Nolan, played by Molly McGlynn. He's Daphne's maid and confidant. Next servant is Jeffries, played by Jason Barnett, who is the Bassett's butler. Mrs. Varley is the next one, played by Lorraine Ashbourne, an English actress. Is the Featherington's housekeeper, Mrs. Varley. Next servant is Mrs. Wilson, played by Geraldine Alexander, who is the Bridgerton's housekeeper. The next character is Humboldt, played by Simon Ludders, who is the Bridgerton's butler. And the last is John, played by Ollie Higgins, who is a Bridgerton footman who is friends with Eloise. So these are all the characters in the show. I hope you get to know them, review them, and cover them. I think it was a stellar cast, all-star cast, ensemble cast, very strong, great cast of diverse actors and actresses. I love the cast, I love the background, I love the energy, I love the range of actors from like age ranges, different spectrums of acting, different styles of acting. I just give. I loved it. So these are the cast. They're just amazing. They did a super job. I love the cast totally. And I hope you read about them. I hope you get to become more like crazy about them. Like I hope you explore their past, their backgrounds and things like that, because this is a really good cast. So that's enough for the cast, and let's get into the review now. So I'll see you in episode 1. Okay, bye. Okay, so the first episode 1 review is a Diamond of the First Water. In it we have Daphne, the debutante, who is being revealed in London Inner Circle on London's marriage market. As the new season starts, she's billed as the incomparable debutante in the season, the Circle of London, in the opening of the marriage season. Yeah, episode 1. It was in the week's social media. It's very ironic that on the week's social media decides to open up the sex and film and TV discourse. Netflix released season 1 of Bridgerton on Christmas Day. Netflix read their minds and triple folded that discourse by releasing one of their raunchiest TV series, which is Bridgerton. It is perhaps not the best Christmas gift to gather the family around to watch this series. I can only imagine the awkward sideways glance at your nan. But Bridgerton is more than sex. It follows the Bridgerton family who prepare their next to marry Daphne, who is quickly claimed to be the market's jewel. Usual historical tropes follow, with suitors, grand balls, and the temptation of dishonoring each other sexually before the question is popped with the chaperone present. This has all the bearings to be the usual period drama, glazing itself in settings and costumes. And it does deliver on that aspect. Chris Van Dusen can be praised for ensuring it captures the end era while also slightly modernizing the aesthetics and bringing a more diverse cast. It's difficult not to smile when the violin music represents a modern day Greek opera. Britain wanted to be more than a period drama, and it makes it known to viewers very early on. From the start, the eye candy is clear. Daphne Bridgerton, played by Phoebe Dynevor, and Simon Bastards. Duke of Hastings, played by Regé-Jean Page, seize the viewers by tension alone, viewing themselves as the most attractive prospects of the show. The chemistry is magnetizing, but it's merely magnified by the storyline, where anticipation feels as unconsuming as seeing them embrace. The opening premise has both characters presenting to court each other, to make Daphne desirable to a host of suitors, and to fend off mothers from Simon, who is pressured to carry on the Bridgerton family name. There are many other characters in Bridgerton Season 1 with subplots that are successfully entwined with the arc. The series manages to encapsulate old-fashioned beliefs well and does not stagnate the marriage market to something routine. The routine is the drama itself, a vicious circle that is entertaining. Okay, so episode 1 opens with Lady Whistledown narrating. It begins in Grosvenor Square, 1813. She narrates about the marriage market and the social season. The latest mistresses are presented to the Queen. One of the women faints in front of the Queen, and then Daphne Bridgerton is presented to the Queen. The sensation in the room, and you can feel the nervousness emanating from Daphne, which is understandable. She has markedly built this moment up. The Queen is impressed and kisses Daphne's forehead. Daphne and the others celebrate the success of the Queen. Eloise Bridgerton is less enthused about the situation constantly. Also forgot to add a quipping that the final ending, the final conclusion of episode 1, we show that the Duke is back, obviously back eligibly into the scene of the Inner Circle Society of London, in the inner caucus, back after receiving inheritance, running recluding to the countryside. He comes back into town. Him and Daphne, they see each other for the first time. They make conversation. They actually interact in the first episode. They actually see each other interact. When they're introduced to each other, they're both in the same circle. They meet each other. From the first glimpse, there's like an arousal, but they don't really want to know. They're just sweeping each other side eye. It's like intense. Like, where would this go? Are the Duke and Daphne going to couple up? Are they going to be together? Are they going to have anything? So we see them kind of camaraderie in the first episode. So the Duke is back, the air of mystery is there, the gossip is out, the secret is blown, we don't know where it's going to go, but all the women are just in the flirty kind of a seasoned society kind of stepping out kind of thing. So we'll see what's that's the end of the first episode is really good. I really liked the opening, the introduction, the premiere. I'm just seeing the unfolding of different characters, who's back, who's brewing, scheming, and the first episode was really good. It looked good, it was the ending, it left suspense, okay, intrigue, what's gonna happen next. So that's how the episode ended. I liked the first episode. It was interesting. It was captivating off the bat. It had good scenes, it had good characters, good funny one-liners, good intro, good opening kind of thing, and so it ends. So we I like how the episode ended. So I'm just okay, I like the opening. I'm gonna stay tuned. I would continue watching. I won't I gave it another chance. So the end of the episode, the episode came to an end. I enjoyed it, and then I'll come episode 2 review. So now episode 2, season 1, episode 2, which is Shock and Delight. Simon. So in this one we see that Simon Hastings and Daphne, their courtship, Simon's apparent courtship with Daphne angers her brother. You know, Simon and Daphne are together, so they begin to like kind of court each other. They actually meet. There's some events. They do make conversation. The conversation is at first hesitant. They seem to like argue about, you know, why you, why me. They you know, make conversation. Simon's courtship of Daphne. Simon's courtship of Daphne, you know, angers Simon and Daphne courts. You know, they begin like seeing, you know, stepping out. Mutual friends introduce them. It's first of all Daphne's brother and Simon, you know, comes. They're both introduced. You know, nobody really sees. I mean, the two of them, they hang out like they have events. Daphne feels rude. At first their attraction is cold. Yeah, they don't really interact well. You know, they begin like, you know, talking. I think Simon is more like he wants the relationship at first. They agree. They kind of like, it's like, okay, are you single? The way they did meet, there was some event or some party or something. They did meet. It's exposed that Simon asked Daphne like they're both single. So the scheme is that Simon is Simon is single, Daphne is single, so they both meet in the same like space, both being single. Yeah, they both meet. They're both single. They're both you know, conversing for the first time. Assumed, you know, like they agree, like they kind of start to they see themselves as like you know, like whether, you know, they can benefit from like appearing with the other person. They you know, they begin to, you know, they're both not really sure, you know, what they're interested in at the time. It's agreed, like they kind of meet, and it's like you know, they start to like you know, like divulge each other's like interests, like, you know, whether it would work. You know, it's like they meet to make a mutual like thing, like a courtship, to serve both their interests, like you know, because, you know, they meet, you know, they feel physically like they would look both good together. They feel like they will both benefit physically from seeing each other, so they feel like the physical impact of both of them being in society. They have different claims to like what they want to do, but, you know, seeing each other, they feel like they're both sitting on the same side. They both have the same kind of like, you know, they just what, you know, like Daphne wants to cure shyness. She feels like she would need somebody who would like come around her, give like what's that thing, give like a cock block to like other men. She's shy. He wants like her to cock block him with other women he's not attracted to, so they both want that mutual like cock blocking kind of partnership, which looks physically attractive. So they both pay. They make a pact. It's like that's when they begin to start to make appearance, and they both begin to, you know, want to be around each other. They makes a pact with Daphne to feign courtship to serve both their interests. You know, they both have interests within the family, and, you know, their interest is to kind of like count out people, be with each other kind of thing. And they feign courtship to serve their interests, and that's what leads to like them start to be around each other, them to be seen around each other and hang out, spend time, that kind of thing. It serves their interests. It's open that you know, his courtship of Daphne, it becomes like obvious. You know, other people are aware that they're together. It's spread. You know, the publication is caught wind of that. That's one of the delights of the town. You know, seeing Simon and Daphne. Members of the town are happy to see them together. you know, it's one of the shocks of the turn, you know, Daphne having previously dated Nigel, who's a baron. Him and her and the mother had already they had previously been together, you know, so news of her now, it's a secret, so you know, other people, you know, she wants that cover up from Nigel, his mother, and the past she had with him. So that is like the scandal around in it. Lady Whistledown has the news. She you know, breaks the gossip, you know, how, you know, two of them are together, and what's, you know, supposed like match it means and things like that, you know, all this speculation kind of thing. Meanwhile, Daphne is obviously from a protective family, and we know that actually, if I want to give the backstory, Simon is like an older, like young, like an older, like elderly, like in a older age group than Daphne. Simon actually knows her brother, Daphne's brother, which is where the kind of like fight comes in. Simon and Daphne's brother Anthony have been friends from previous like childhood. They grew up together. They're both around the same age. So Simon feels like it's going to be a shock to Anthony. Daphne feels like, oh, he wants this guy, you know, this is Anthony's former friend, whatever, acquaintance, they're in the same age, clinical, that kind of thing. So just kind of start to screw that kind of information and that kind of like intense and interest. Simon, his courtship of Daphne begins to, so you know, Simon knows Anthony. They're previously like you know, like cool, you know, they're guys. So Anthony is protective of his own family, doesn't want Daphne to date, doesn't want her to have any like you know, free, like any like fraternizing, that kind of thing. So you know, he doesn't want that. He's protective, doesn't generally want you know, Daphne to experiment, that kind of thing. They've been arguing. They're the closest in the family. You know, Anthony is the head of the family. Viscount doesn't want many like intruders, doesn't want many like engage interruptions. You know, doesn't want, you know, trying to keep up, you know, family heritage, and you know, as the head of the family. So Simon and Daphne's courtship is you know, it angers Anthony, given that Daphne, Simon and Anthony have been mates, and now Daphne is dating him, and you know, Anthony's like, okay, you know, so that's you know, they've been friends before, so it's like a twist which is ruining the vibe. And Anthony, he angers him. He threatens to ruin the arrangements that you know, Simon has made. You know, Simon he is yeah, so Anthony is like against Daphne and Simon's courtship. You know, he feels Simon's past, Simon's you know, his reputation as a, you know, a player, like a revenge, like somebody with a revengeful like experience with women, doesn't want to yeah, he's like hurt, he's generally opposed to marriage, and knowing him from like grade school, they were always like bros and things like that. He doesn't want him to like affect or just come into the family or just play games with Daphne. Daphne wants to kind of shun her image and like use that to like rebel, so it's just like that kind of thing. Anthony doesn't want all this kind of like calculated plays, you know, his mother and his siblings, female siblings, are doing to like come against, you know, like start to like corrupt, you know, his father's passion for the family and his father's will and things like that. So that was what Anthony said. You know, he just knows Simon and him they fell out, and so since then they've not forgiven, and you know that they grew up, so he knows him, knows how he is with girls. Daphne is his sister, he doesn't want her to come and like, you know, correct, you know, like cause, you know, hurts, like, you know, hurt her or do something or play her or something. So Daphne knows what she wants. Simon too wants this kind of like perfect kind of arrangement with them, with the Bridgertons, and you know, everybody's kind of playing like like their tactic and things like that. So whether they matured, they accepted, they haven't fully done that because there's still bad blood. So Daphne is just trying to be in the middle of that relationship, and she sees Simon as her brother's friend who she wants and that kind of thing. And so that's the end of that scene. That was the storyline for that. And then also episode 2, we begin to unfold Marina's history, Marina's storyline. Basically, like I've explained, that Marina came from the outskirts. Like she's an outcasted rural cousin, a family member from the village, like from the rural part. You know, she's not from the inner corpus of London. She's from a poor background. She's from an impoverished background. She's a working class person. She's from an abusive, like her parents didn't care for her. She lived on a farm. You know, Marina is from like the poorer family members of the Featheringtons. She just came in as a like assistant. She's there for them to like use her, like they're trying to they're bringing her to kind of like make like a pawn, like for servitude, that kind of thing. The sisters, the daughters of the Featherington daughters, Prudence and Philippa, they see her as a rival, like a bush cousin. They don't like her being there. See her as like a raz, or like a poor relative. They're going to be abusing. They're going to be abusing, embarrassing, that kind of thing. So they brought her there to kind of embarrass her. She herself came. She's supposed to be working, serving, that kind of thing. She's in the new environment. These are the Featheringtons. They are from like dubious kind of methods. They try to use people all the time, especially the two sisters, Prudence and Philippa. She comes, she's not settled. She has some kind of nervous energies. She's not really able to cope with the work. She keeps excusing herself. She has some kind of Portia has noticed that she's off, she's quiet, she's distant, she's not cooperating. She's like having a secret. She's shady. She's doing things. So Prudence and Philippa, they're both friends with Penelope. Penelope is the youngest sister. Obviously, Penelope Featherington is also in the house. She's the last sister. She doesn't really have anything to say. She's just a young, naive, a chubby, cheerful kind of confused young person. She needs to be around people, and she listens to a lot of her secrets, and she sucks in a lot of gist and that kind of thing. And she's usually in the middle of like where they're gossiping and things like that. Penelope is the last sister. Prudence and Philippa, they they need Marina to get out of the way for them to elevate themselves in society. Marina is there. She's like a crux, like just a side member, just like a servant. Her behavior is perturbing everybody. Everybody wants to know why she's off and why she's like she's like secretive and things like that. Penelope is speaking to her. Marina, she came from a farm. We've explained that she came from outside. She came with the shady past, the silent past. Penelope is speaking to her, discussing with her. She confides in her. She draws the story out of her. And Marina starts to talk, about her being there, how she arrived. She basically opens up about her rural gentry farm life, where she admits that she was in a relationship with her lover George Crane, who left her. Actually, they were in a relationship. They were together, intended to marry, but unfortunately he died before he intended to marry. And she came here with a concealed secret, and Penelope is asking her what's wrong with her, makes her jittery. And she confesses that actually she came knowing she was actually pregnant before George died. George died, went off to war, and left her pregnant and single, and so she couldn't keep the secret with her family. She couldn't stay there, and the embarrassment was too much. So she was called to come to London by Portia Featherington, who believes she's to be single and to be expected and all that kind of thing in society. Meanwhile, she's pregnant and nobody knows. She's cast off from her family. She can't expose the fact that she's single and pregnant. It's a social, it's like a disgrace. It's a societal, it's like, it's a scandal. She just arrived, like her reputation is already going to be ruined. She doesn't have money, she doesn't have any reputation, she doesn't have any royal family or any like status or anything. She's just a person. She doesn't have any family, she doesn't have any money. She's scared. She has this child, she doesn't know what she will do to father the child. She has to think of a plan. She confides in Penelope that this is her state of being. Penelope has not known that she's pregnant. She didn't know anything. She just heard about Marina's behavior and she's speaking to her. Penelope feels like, okay, this is not a very big secret. She has heard about her being her a state of like her having a secret child. What a woman is going to do with a pregnancy, we don't know. It's 18th century. These are unheard of things. These are unspeakable things. You could corrupt the Featherington name, the household name. What is a single woman doing pregnant there? Corrupt the Featherington image. She's feeling, Portia is very crazy. She can do anything to her. The sisters are also crazy. She doesn't know what she's going to do. The whispers are out, gossip is out. She really doesn't care, but she just she has no man, she has no money. This is her story. Marina is listening. She feels like it's a secret blow in the middle of the financial issues and all that. Social persecution the Featheringtons are going through because of the death of the father and the gambling and just different things they're going through, trying to keep their status and money. And then Marina is now pregnant. Meanwhile, she's more beautiful than the other sisters, so it's like, okay, what's she gonna do? Penelope hears that, she finds herself knowing this information. She's calm, she's poker faced about it. Penelope is always curious about people's information. She assures Marina that she will not tell a soul. Marina should feel safe and she'll find out what she can do. Marina is just to calm herself and nothing she will do. She won't raise any alarm or anything. And she feels Penelope so much she can trust. Penelope looks very innocent, but we don't know who she really is. Marina has said she's willing to look for a solution, whatever. She comes to realize she's pregnant and she's been keeping that secret, really drawing attention for that. Penelope is like shocked. She hasn't said it to her sisters, and she just quietly absorbs secrets and she's nervous to know it and all that. And that's just how the episode ends. We've now heard that Marina has a secret child she's concealing. Concealment of a child is a scandal. It's a abomination. She's a single woman pregnant. This is the marriage season and all sorts of things. Penelope knowing that is also harmful. So she's concealing the child. I don't know, that's her past is that she was with a man and all sorts of her engagement didn't get fulfilled, and what she's going to do going forward, knowing she's still expecting a child and that kind of thing. Penelope doesn't know what she will say, whether the news, what's to do with news, and they just revealed confided in each other and that kind of thing. So that's very that was like shocking in the episode. I was shocked when I read that, when I was watching it. I'm like, okay, so what's gonna happen next? So I think the episode was really good. We saw more like scheming and the nature of more of the like storyline of the characters and Simon, Daphne, and just the whole like seeing more of the characters exposed patterns, exposed their personalities and things like that. And so that's the end of the episode. It's really shocking, like the title says, shock and delight. So I enjoyed it. So now about Marina's secrets and other plot twists and cliffhangers to come. So that's the end of episode 2. It was good, and stay tuned for episode 3 review. So now episode 3 recap. Season 1, episode 3, Out of the Swoon. We're introduced to Daphne catching the eye of a royal suitor. Daphne catches the eye of a royal suitor in the episode. She begins to date like the Prince Friedrich. He and Daphne, they are he's taking an interest in Daphne. Some royal suitors that she liked or have taken interest in her. Anthony sees that she has the queen's approval and she's one of the most desirable women of the season. He begins to scare everybody off. Anthony is patronizing his sister. It's annoying her. Lord Ambrose, one of the renowned bachelors in the kingdom, in the society, approached them at one of the events. He asked Daphne for a dance, displays his interest. Anthony quickly calls him out in front of everybody. He's known to be overprotective. Lord Ambrose approached them at one of the events. He approached them, made approaches to them. Ambrose had, gambling debts that, he has like a past gambling debts and incurring, gambling and spending, a spendthrift, that kind of thing. It wouldn't be good for marriage, just as with the Featheringtons, who have debtorous relatives as well, who have like a repute for being broke and putting on appearances. Anthony patronized his sister, feeling that she's she's frustrated with her placid status in everything. Lord Ambrose sees as a devious. He's trying to look for like a mutual upgrade or financial benefit. Approaches them at one of the events. And he displays that he's interested in, and Daphne wants to have a dance with her. Anthony scares him off. One of the other, she begins to realize that she can have better options as suitors. One of the other people that she also courts is Prince Friedrich. Prince Friedrich is the prince in the kingdom, in society. He and Daphne decided previously. He's seen different women. He's also looking for a spouse. He's very awkward. He's he's polished, but he's not available. He's socially he has a lot of polish and a background. He's like a decadent kind of man. He's not a problematic character. He's just in the background, but he was introduced as one of the eligible bachelors in the kingdom. Lord Ambrose is seeing the competition. Daphne is seeing that she has other options, other men that she wants. She and Simon are just doing a deal. They're not truly entertaining. They like each other. They're just kind of seeing each other putting on appearances. Daphne catches the eye of a royal suitor. She turns to Simon, for a relationship advice. She used to ask him, what he feels, whether it's, just for relationship advice, whether she, because this is that they will both see each other until they find a beneficial, suitor or a better relationship option. She asked him what he feels. He feels that, he feels that, she should go for what she wants. He's attracted to he's attracted to her, but he doesn't know how to confront his feelings. He just feels like, he knows her from the past. They begin to reconnect, seeing her again, not as his brother's young sister, he's seen as a woman, so he starts to catch feelings. She telling him that he likes Daphne, that he likes Daphne, that he likes, he has feelings for her. Daphne is, she sees that she likes Lord Ambrose, or Lord Ambrose has approached her. Lord Ambrose has a lot of debts. He's seeing Daphne as like a promise of like income. She doesn't know what she feels about him. She goes to Simon. He's not happy with it. He's simply like unavailable. He's still trying to like be casual. She feels Simon is somebody she likes, and Simon is he's really that's the situation. They're still covering up whether they feel or they're not. They're just doing for appearances right now. In the next scene, Lady Featherington tries to browbeat. So we've seen so in the next scene, back to the Featherington family, into the Featherington storyline. We're seeing them sit down. They're starting to discuss, all of them are fitry, like all of them they're like fighting about, they're trying to outdo each other. They're fighting about, they have seen like financial issues, and they're fighting to like, to fit into, their status and things like that. Lady Featherington tries to browbeat. She's seeing Marina as an option in the family. She has been brought in to kind of compete in the society as part of the Featherington. She doesn't know about Marina's secret child. She still sees Marina as single. She doesn't know she's secretly pregnant. She still thinks whether she's single, or whether she's secretly carrying anybody, or she's secretly pregnant. She doesn't know. She sees her as a unmarried woman, whether she will play into the marriage, into the season and all that. She tries to browbeat Marina into marriage. Marina, she sees that Marina, she should get married. Marina has not explained that she has a secret child. She's still pregnant, not knowing what she will her intention with her situation. She's seen actually been introduced, like she's come out and she's been at events. She's seen like kindness from Colin Bridgerton, who is the third Bridgerton child. He doesn't really have much purpose. He's very idle. He doesn't have much, he's still finding himself. He's the third child, he's young. She's seen kindness from him. They have been cordial. She sees him as a young guy that she thinks she has intention to marry. She thinks he's good. They feel a connection, like, oh, this is a nice young guy. I'm young. She feels okay. This is one of the suitable guys. But Lady Featherington, she said, no, I want you to marry another person. She starts to browbeat her. Instead, she wants her to marry Sir Philip Crane, who is a baronet. He's actually the younger brother of Marina's ex-lover George. He's a baronet. He's old. He's somebody that is old and flirtatious. He feels he's the one that Marina should see. Marina is like, this is an old creepy person. Featherington feels that yes, this is somebody that she wants for Marina. She wants a Philip Crane, who feels it takes upon himself. He wants to kind of trap or entice her to marry him with funds and things like that. And nobody knows about the baby, but she's pressuring Marina. Marina is another one to marry. See, Sir Philip Crane is old and a widower, a single father. He's a very strict, one of those men. He's an old father, widower. You should see young father, doesn't want it. The man is already seeing he wants to marry her, that kind of thing. Usually likes young women, and you know, she's so Portia says she must marry Sir Philip Crane. That's what she has been made a point, a direction of Marina's future for, and Marina thinks there are other people just calling regular people who are, but because of her status, she doesn't feel like Colin's family will be accepting, and because of, you know, her lack of money and status, she's being forced kind of into an old man's life, and it's just like, okay, someone that will codedly take up her secrets and things like that, and she's just in a stuck position. So we're seeing that happen. Lady Featherington is very angry, wants her out of the house now. She wants Marina to start to see Sir Philip and get you know, hooked up and get into start to get engaged and all that with this older man. And that's the discussion they have. And Penelope is still quietly keeping the secret. She hasn't told anybody that she knows Marina is pregnant. The other sisters are just kind of watching, like, what's happening in this family, you know, what is going on. They're not knowing what is irritation between Lady Featherington and Marina, who feels that Marina has a secret. Marina has not said or confessed anything that happened to her. Daphne, Penelope is just sort of concerned. You know, she's just quietly keeping the secret. You know, her intention to you know, her pregnancy is still is of no review as of yet. Marina is has told only Penelope. Okay, so yeah, Lady Featherington is browbeating Marina into marriage. You know, she feels that Marina should marry a stock, not you know, sit single. So everybody's suspicious about her behavior and her you know, feelings of pregnancy and things like that. So the secret is still unknown. So Lady will sit down and reveals it. In the family, there's this hush understanding that something is unwell with her. How they were able to carry the secret and conceal it, giving her in marriage to Philip Crane, to care for her and the child while she's you know, instilling concealment about her predicament, is what you know, Portia, who is scheming, Portia Featherington is scheming for her to marry and just marry her off with her problem, her condition, and marry her off and take this kind away and receive a dowry, because the dowry is the most important thing. You know, she has different girls, they all want the dowry for being married. The marriage, bride price, the dowry that make them rich. She wants that dowry. So at all costs, whether she's happy or not, she will sell her. So that's the end of the conclusion of the episode. Episode 3 was interesting. It was you know, it was you know, developing, like, it was tough because Marina is being forced into marriage, and Daphne is looking at another people. You know, she's liking royal suitors and things like that. You know, she still likes Albion. She likes I'm sorry, Lord Featherington. Sorry, Prince Frederick, who's the Queen's nephew, who is attracted to her also, is seated in the seat of power. You just see Daphne likes to like her. She's also been approached by Baron Featherington, by Lord Ambrose, who's already courting her. She's seen eyeing Prince Frederick, who seems to be liking to her, so she's trying to make Simon jealous to confuse him, not to let him get too comfortable. So that's the episode roundup. That's the thoughts about the episode. That's the storyline of the episode. You know, that's basically the story. We'll see more developments about Anthony, Simon, Daphne, Lady Featherington, and Marina. The plot twist you're developing with other characters, Prince Frederick and other suitors in this whole royal marriage scenario, this whole royal seasonal scenario. So that's the end of the episode. The review was cool, it was okay. And then stay tuned for episode 4 review, and I'll see you in the next review. next episode. Bye. Okay, so yeah, now episode 4, review An Affair of Honor. Daphne, we're starting the episode with Daphne receiving stunning gifts from Prince Frederick. Okay, so whispers are spreading. So this is the episode 4, which is An Affair of Honor. So the opening, whispers are spreading of how Daphne has caught Prince Frederick's eye. The queen and the prince show up at court. In the show of everybody, the prince is seen to be, arousing, attention, and in the eye of, looking, expecting, savoring the affection of the girls and the people, the guests, and all that, the women. Frederick gives Daphne a gift, which is a sparkling diamond necklace, which is like an entrapment trying to entice her. He gives her the gift. As he puts it on her, she imagines Simon putting it on, which she actually wants to. She'd rather have Simon put it on her. In her flashback, she's like, she imagines actually for Simon to put it on her. She imagines Simon putting it on. And she starts breathing heavily, she really wants Simon to wear it for her. She imagines Simon wearing it for her, in her imagination. She wants Simon to put it on her. She starts breathing heavily, puts on her. She imagines him, wearing it for her instead. She starts to feel flustered, heavy breathing, she really can't, she really can't imagine Simon. Because Simon's breathing is heavy, she can't imagine Simon, and not having giving it to her, not having attention, having presented it to her, having being around her, being cuddling her and that kind of thing. It appears the queen has her crown jewelry, giving the precious jewel from Prince Frederick to her. It's like the queen is satisfied that Daphne, who she thinks is the incomparable, is giving her has given her is now setting her eyes on her nephew, which she's happy about. She thinks Daphne is uncomfortable. I think the queen has the best treasure in the kingdom. Lady Whistledown, however, does not underestimate the Duke of Hastings, and as she thinks just with her reputation, she feels like the Duke is up to something, secretly harbors jealousy, envy about Prince and Daphne being together. And it's cool, as Bridgerton season 1 episode 4 clearly demonstrates, Daphne and her devious of Daphne and her her pull of the prince, and still wants he's seeing competition, and he doesn't feel like he's nervous about his own chances of winning Daphne, which is playing out the storyline. As for the Duke of Hastings, he actually plans to leave England, personal reasons to reflect. He plans to leave, and he has other options to return to his heritage, and return to his past, investment, things like that. His friend believes he's still self-pitying due to Daphne's path of engaging the prince, which Daphne has announced that she wants to be engaged to the prince. She and the prince are making preparations to be engaged. He's advised by his friends that it's like he's in self-pity, self-doubt, and things making him depressed and wants to leave instead of facing and confronting his affairs with Daphne and facing her and having a relationship. And then the fight, Daphne attends a boxing fight with Prince Frederick, who is actually escorting, attending as a guest. At the fight, we know Simon's friend Will is fighting, who is the boxer. Will is a passionate boxer. He's also a professional fighter. He's the one fighting. Simon, his friend, will be there. When she sees Simon, it catches her off guard, and Simon is like, oh wow, if you see him, he's alone. She's with the prince on the days. Simon is also caught off guard during his interview about the fight. He is, he's actually starting to see them. He doesn't really want her to come. He's actually coaching his friend. He's caught off guard during his interview about the fight. He's actually coaching his friend, he's caught off guard interview about the fight. Yeah, he's caught during his interview. He's coaching his friend, and he's coaching his friend for the boxing tournament. So he's seeing how he's trying to make an interview. He sees how he's caught off guard. He doesn't know how to feel, and he's just interrupted with his supporting his friend. He's coaching. He's coaching him about his boxing. The fight begins. Daphne admires Simon's physique. As he's coaching. Will, she sees him, shirtless. She's admiring his muscles, his body, his physique, his stature, and everything. She's admiring him. She feels, she's attracted to him again. She's admiring him. She can't stop her and everything. She keeps on flitting between her conversation with Prince to watching the fight, and flitting from chatting with the prince to watching the fight. Between watching sitting with the prince, she can't help but watch the fight and look at the prince, and watching the prince and sticking her eyes to Simon, being distracted, actually watching Simon instead of paying attention to Prince. And she sees Simon, his body, she's still distracted by him. Simon is evidently jealous. Will wins the fight. Simon is jealous about Daphne and Prince sitting together. Daphne runs giving glances at Simon. Will wins the fight, but regardless, the problem remains the same. He wins, but they still have the same. He can't lift Simon's spirits. Simon still feels kind of like emptiness. Daphne and Simon, they still actually have feelings for each other. They love each other. The problem is the same. Daphne and Simon, they love each other. They actually have feelings for each other. Will wins the fight. He doesn't lift Simon's spirits. He feels deeply for Daphne. They still love each other. After the fight, there's a double blow. Anthony approves. So there's a double blow. Anthony has actually. They learn to discover that Anthony has approved Frederick's engagement to Daphne. He actually, Anthony is willing to allow Daphne to marry and be engaged to Prince Frederick, to marry Prince Frederick, rather than Simon. At all costs, he doesn't want Simon, so he actually approves Prince Frederick, feeling that this is a better offer, elevation for Daphne, but she's unsure of herself. She doesn't know whether she wants him at all costs, because she still feels Simon is the one. Anthony himself is playing his own big brother role. He accepts Prince Frederick as his wanted. She wants Simon. She's becoming hesitant. In the next scene, it was all a lie. Mother was taken to the next scene later in the night, where Lady Violet Bridgerton asks Daphne if she likes the necklace that Prince Frederick gave her. She advises not to wear the necklace if she doesn't intend, she advises her daughter not to wear the necklace if she doesn't want to accept engagement, not to chatter unwanted, feelings, unwanted emotions, and if she doesn't accept engagement, then she shouldn't accept the necklace. Her mother asks Simon, the mother still asks about Simon, whether Simon is still in the picture. Daphne states their friendship was a lie, that it was all a charade, it was all a production, it wasn't real. They were just pretending to date each other just for social appearances, to catch, to attract people, for better people for themselves, attract attention, so that people can feel wanting, feel loved to date them, or to attract a better partner. So it was all a lie as part of an agreement between each other. The mother is shocked. She tells Daphne, shocked at her daughter's behavior, that she would pretend to be in a relationship. She tells Daphne that she still wants what's best for her. Daphne gets upset and claims she wants what's best for her. Daphne doesn't feel like anybody wants what's best for her. She's confused. She gets upset and claims that what she and Simon had was not real. She feels like she and Simon, they didn't have what was real. That she gets upset. Claims that what she and Simon had was not real, wasn't genuine. That she doesn't feel it was real. She's still asserting herself that she claims that what she and Simon had was not real. She claims that what she and Simon had was not real. Daphne's upset. She feels like what they had is not real. It was a pretend. She doesn't feel like it felt like anything. She feels regretful. So in the next scene, Lady Danbury is also frustrated. She tells Simon that she sees he's depressed. He's still distraught about Daphne and him not being together, and they're not them ending it, and how he still feels fretful that Daphne and him doesn't return his feelings, that Daphne doesn't return his love interest, his affections, and what's happened, and whether they were truly committed, whether it was real. She's also frustrated. She tells Simon that love conquers all. Simon disagrees with her. She's trying to encourage him. Love conquers all. He should just chin up. Simon disagrees with her and states that love changes nothing. Love hasn't changed anything about him. She still feels, unwanting, like a marriage. Still feels, singles and setting his stance against marriage, and just hasn't changed anything. While we understand Simon's stubbornness, we understand his stubbornness to just commit and just accept his feelings, and he really likes Daphne. At this stage of an affair of honor, it's easy to be frustrated, with the character. We understand that Simon is stubborn. He still doesn't want to accept, the arrangement, accept his true feelings. He's still feeling like, he doesn't want to also deny whatever. He doesn't want to trust her. It's easy to be frustrated with the character, of course. Later in the episode, there's more context of stubbornness as we see his own family, his past, his upbringing with his dad, his parental upbringing. As dad was not a good father, his parents, his father, his own father figure, his upbringing, him as a child. So we'll see what the context of this stubbornness in. So in the next scene, Colin Bridgerton asks Marina Thompson. Colin Bridgerton is somebody, the third child in Bridgerton. He's the third son who's very free-willed and free. He seems to take a liking to Marina. He's liked her. He's shown friendliness, interest. He asks Marina for a dance at the ball. He's distracting her because obviously we know that Lord Philip is really after Marina. He's told Portia Fellington that he's going to marry her. Portia Fellington is ready to sell Marina to that man. She wants him out of the picture. She wants Marina to marry him, marry her off, let her go and find love with him. The man is elderly, he's a single father. He has told Marina he's ready to do the arrangements. He told Portia, and Portia said Marina that's her choice. He's actually after somebody that seems to like young children, likes younger women, distracting her from a lord that she has, from the Philip, who's really seeking to attract her, something like that, who she has been set up with by, she's been set up to arrange to marry by Lady Fellington, distracting her from that lord. Meanwhile, Daphne and Prince Frederick Daphne and Prince Frederick dance, so two of them dance, like they both Daphne and Prince Frederick. So while Colin is chatting to Marina, distracting her, keeping her away from her distracting the Philip that is after her, and meanwhile Daphne and Prince Frederick dancing. They're in the middle of the center of the room. They're catching everyone's attention, dancing together. He tells her he wants to start a life with her. So they're dancing, everybody's at attention. All of the room. They're dancing together romantically. He tells her he wants to start a life with her. She's getting anxious again, whether she's serious, she wants to proceed. Knowing that she still feels affection for Simon. She has moved her conversation from Simon. She's checking Simon out in the corner of the room. He's standing talking to his people in the corner. She's anxious. She's completely anxious about her future. Whether Prince Frederick is what she wants. She knows that her heart's set on Simon. As the prince is about to propose, Daphne walks off. As the prince is about to propose, Daphne wants to propose publicly. So he's about to propose, make a formal proposal and actually propose. Daphne walks off. She struts away. She charges off. She doesn't want to accept. She walks out in the middle of the proposal. She runs away. She heads outside and takes the necklace off that he gave her. And she has a panic attack, like a light panic attack. And then the most dramatic period of the episode begins, which starts to proceed, where she's outside and left alone. She's emotionally she's like overwhelmed and things like that. Then Simon finds her, tells her goodbye. Simon finds her, tells her goodbye. Simon he came outside to find her, seeing that she ran away. He ran outside, found her to comfort her, and once that he's leaving, he sees her in that state. Daphne tells him that they are not friends. She's still adamant. She doesn't want Simon. She doesn't trust him after what they arranged, and they seem true. They broke at that arrangement, and just seems phony. Like it's not. They're not friends. They don't trust their feelings. She tells him that and doesn't accept his apology. Simon keeps apologizing. She acts like she isn't. She keeps apologizing. She acts like she isn't interested. Simon is apologizing. She still acts like Simon keeps apologizing. She acts like she's not interested, but inside she's her mood, her confidence, her affections start to change. She acts like she's interested, but she still says she's marrying the prince. Her mind cannot be changed. Her mood cannot be convinced. She still says she's marrying the prince. Simon questions whether she acts like she isn't interested. She's marrying the prince. Simon questions whether she will be happy. He sees that she's still stuck, that she wants to marry the prince. Simon questions that she'll be happy. Daphne still tries justifying her choice. Simon questions whether she'll be happy. Daphne tries justifying her choice. She's still justifying that choice that she made. She questions whether she'll be happy. She says that she wants Prince Frederick. She'd rather have him at all costs, rather than settle. She made her choice. She wants the prince for what she's seen about him. And Simon questions whether she'll be happy. Daphne tries justifying her choice. Daphne tries justifying her choice. Yeah, she tries to justify that choice of hers. She's still trying to give reasons to confess, why she made that her choice. As Simon questions happy, Daphne tries justifying her choice, that that's the choice she made. Daphne's still justifying it. Simon, as Daphne gets more frustrated, she's justified her choice, that's what should make her happy. Simon questions, so that's what she'll do. As Daphne gets more frustrated, Simon has the words, but then ends up, she gets more frustrated with, the conversation. They're going back and forth, they're not explaining, they're not making any progress. Simon has no words, but then ends up still chasing after her. He feels that their conversation is still not done, that she's made her choice and that's what she wants. He catches up to her, so he runs after she's charged away. He runs after her. He catches up to her in the maze, and they kiss each other with passion. You can tell that they've longed for each other. They kiss each other with passion. You can tell that they've longed for each other. Kiss each other with passion. You can tell that they've actually longed for each other. They end up having a passionate kiss after much argument. They end up kissing. Then Daphne's brother Anthony catches them. Daphne's brother Anthony catches them, and Daphne's brother Anthony catches them and punches Simon. That's Daphne's brother. Yeah, Anthony. Yeah, he catches both of them. He sees both of them kissing. He can't stand it. He sees Simon. He thinks Simon is a scoundrel. He catches them, punches Simon. He tells Simon to marry her because of what he's seen. He's seen her defile her. It's a very scandalous thing for him to kiss her in that period of time. For them to be caught kissing, it's a stain. She's supposed to be virtuous. Things like that are not done, so it's like a stain on her. It's a scandal. If anybody here should be to be a scandal. He says that he's defiled her. Simon has to marry her. The Duke tells Anthony that he can't, even though he has kissed her, he has harassed her for her love. He still tells Anthony that he can't. Anthony knows that the Duke is still about not getting anything, not being serious about marriage and things like that. The Duke is still, just for some reason, still says he's not going to marry Daphne, and he breaks, her. Just that in that situation, he still breaks commitment, breaks his authenticity, that kind of thing. He says he can't. It's assumed that Simon has dishonored Daphne by kissing her, and because that he has to redeem her honor. Anthony says he proposes a duel. He feels that they must fight to do to redeem that fight to the death or to whatever harm, to redeem that kind of mistake, that situation. They should do so that he would have the choice but to injure him rather than to let him dishonor her since he doesn't want to marry her. Daphne is confused and upset and wonders why Simon would rather die. Simon has chosen to fight Anthony to death and go through that fight, rather die than marry her. Anthony is angry that he feels that Simon has dishonored his sister. He's angry that Simon has dishonored her. This is edge of your seat, it's making the episode very interesting. They're about to do because Simon has dishonored Daphne. Daphne tells Anthony that she cannot do Simon. She doesn't want a death on her hands. Daphne has told Anthony that she cannot. Daphne tells Anthony that she cannot do. Daphne tells Anthony that she cannot do Simon. Daphne tells Anthony that she cannot do Simon. She tells Anthony he shouldn't do Simon because of the danger. Simon is very aggressive and very, he's very active. Doesn't want Anthony to tell him to do. Anthony is very active. doesn't want Simon to get hurt. He tells him not to do. She doesn't want death. She believes it's just as much as her fault as Simon's. What happened? She too was also lured. They both kissed. Anthony doesn't listen. He still wants to defend his family's honor. He still thinks Bridgerton name is what they're doing for, rather than disgrace of the family name. He doesn't listen. Asks one of his brothers, Benedict, to take over the estate. Who's one of the brothers to take over the estate? Should he be killed? He said if he's killed, he'd rather have Benedict take over the headship of the family. Daphne has caused all this about the family, and Anthony still refuses to kill to defend all that. However, if he kills Simon, he will have to leave the country, which is a lose-lose. And Simon is already ready to leave the country and run away anyway, so he will have to leave for refuge as he has committed a crime of murder, which is a lose-lose. So as for Simon, Will tells him, Will, his friend, the boxer, he's he heard him has to say. He tells Simon to apologize for what he's done, and he offers to be his second supporting backup, should the fight become too much. And he says to apologize. It's fascinating, to see how both men have discussed legalities. Simon has told Will, Will has he has offered to be Simon's second, given that if anything happens, he'll be able to take over, assume things in his business, just to carry on his legacy, his endeavors, and just help him. They both discuss legalities before potentially killing each other. Late in the night, Anthony asks Sienna. Anthony asks Sienna if she will accept him. Anthony has asked Sienna if she will accept him. He can, ask Sienna, who is Sienna is the opera singer and also the mistress of Anthony. They've slept each other, and she's his mistress. They've not been, they've not been official. They've just been seeing each other. He asks Sienna if she will accept him, if they will be in a place something seems starting to see reason why he should begin to make more steps to become more mature and give marriage a chance. She asks Sienna if she will accept him, they can be in a place where they be able to be together, whether they can be compatible. Ask Sienna if they will be able to be together. If she accepts him, they can they will take things further. He tells her that at dawn they will sit together, they will spend the night. He then tells her at dawn that he's going to duel, and that if he wins, he will be free from society. If he wins, he will be finally free from all the chains and the burdens of his position in society, and he can free with her. He run away with her, and they sleep together again with high emotions. The next morning, Daphne is pacing. She can't believe what's going to happen. The two of them are going to fight. Her brother and Simon are going to, her lover are going to fight to the death. She's stricken with grief, anxiety, and guilt. She asked one of her brothers to give her the location of the duel, just to go there to see what's going to happen. She then realizes that Cressida also saw what happened. That Cressida, Cressida is Lady Cowper's daughter, who is also competing for the affections of Prince Frederick. Prince Frederick has seen Cressida. Cressida is seen to be in the company of this Vuitton, wanting to catch the attention of the prince. She also is competing for the affection of the prince. The prince doesn't want Cressida. Cressida is trying to see Daphne's secrets to get ahead of her, to compete with her, to know things, come out of the show. Like, she wants to come out the winner. She wants to know about Daphne. As that Cressida caught the two of them, she and Simon kissing, which is making Cressida to know she witnessed her kissing Simon. She first of all doesn't know that Simon and her actually together. Daphne is going to be dating the prince. she's caught kissing Simon. Priscilla has discovered that she's in a secret relationship with Simon. Meanwhile, she's supposed to be engaged to the prince. Priscilla has caught that. Priscilla saw them and basically witnessed that. She's going to go and tell everybody that she met Daphne being unfaithful. Before the duel, Anthony tells Benedict to take care of Sienna. Anthony tells Benedict, to take care of Sienna and take care of the family and take care of his girlfriend Sienna if he dies. Prior to the fighting, Anthony turns up at the location. Meanwhile, Daphne is riding on a horse and racing towards the duel location. She's riding on a horse and she races towards the duel and trying to stop the fight and the violence. Simon tries apologizing before the duel. But Anthony does not accept it. Simon is trying to apologize. Anthony doesn't accept the apology. He wants to back out. Anthony doesn't accept. He jumps at him. The duel starts as both men start walking. Duel begins as both men start walking with their guns in their hand. Both men start to charge with weapons. Anthony shoots at Simon, and as Simon appears to concede, Anthony shoots. He misses Simon as Daphne gets in the way. He misses Simon as Daphne gets in the way with her horse. Anthony shoots as Simon appears to concede. He misses Simon as Daphne gets in the way. With her horse. Mrs. Simon as Daphne gets in the way. Mrs. Simon as Daphne gets in the way with her horse. And the bullet nearly he misses Simon as Daphne comes and interjects with the horse, and with her horse she runs into the middle of where they're shooting. The bullet nearly hits her. Daphne pulls Simon aside and tells him that Priscilla Cowper saw them. Daphne pulls Simon aside, telling him that Priscilla Cowper actually saw the two of them, to tell him and that it isn't just his life in the balance, that Priscilla has witnessed them kissing. Priscilla is going to go and spread it and blah blah blah. So if he does not marry her, she'll be ruined. Simon sticks to his position that he still cannot marry her for some having reason. Daphne is more upset now. Simon says not to marry her. Daphne is more upset now. She believes Simon despises her. Simon tells Daphne that if they do not marry me, I shall be ruined. Daphne is upset. She believes Simon despises her for some reason. He's just going to not give any attention or admission to her. Not going to give any attention to her. She believes Simon despises her. Simon tells Daphne that if they do not get married, he wouldn't be able to. She believes Simon despises her. Simon tells Daphne they did not get married. Simon tells Daphne that if they got married, he wouldn't be able to give her children. He knows it's her dream. Daphne that if they don't get married, he wouldn't be able to give her children. He knows that it's her dream to have a family. Daphne that if they do not get married, he wouldn't be able to give her children, and he wouldn't want to give her children. He doesn't want children. That if they did, he just doesn't want to, because of his father, his upbringing, his childhood, he doesn't want to still have a child. He says that they did get married, he wouldn't give her children. He knows it's her dream to have a family, and he believes that she should have what she deserves from her person. So they come to the agreement. As the duel starts, Daphne announces that she will be marrying Simon. She says that she's still marrying him regardless of children or not. So they begin to fight, ends with the beginning of the duel, whether they're going to enjoy each other or whatever. It's a very dramatic episode showing Daphne and Simon's love, the requests between them, the disagreements and family, about whether they should be together, their reasons for being together, what is making them not to. Simon's struggle with trust and things like that. It's drama, passion, and a tense duel. It's really an interesting episode. has undesirable consequences we're about to witness with the duel. What will come of Anthony and Simon fighting. Additional points: Philippa Featherington has a suitor. Philippa Featherington has a suitor, which we know she's married. Louise Bridgerton doesn't want Daphne to get married because that means, you know, she doesn't want anybody. She doesn't want Daphne to get married because it means she will have to rush to grow up, and she feels she's a feminine. She'll be next. At a private artistic event, Anthony sees Sienna Russell and is at a private artistic event. Anthony sees Sienna Russell is transfixed, and that's where he met her. And as she sings, his mother introduces him to her, another woman, that she's not a virtue, but he still wants her. At the end of the day, he's trying to see that he still wants her. He puts her to other women. He's distracted. Lady Featherington continues to find a suitor for Marina. Lady Featherington continues to find a suitor for Marina, but she's unhappy with the choices. Continues to find a suitor for Marina. She's unhappy with the choices. She wants to find a suitor for Marina. She doesn't like the choices. Only Sir Philip. Also, due to the stress of managing Marina Thompson, Lady Featherington questions. Due to the stress of managing for Marina Thompson, Lady Featherington questions why. Due to the stress of managing Marina Thompson's affairs, Lady Featherington questions why she can't send her home to her father, knowing her father has already left her, removed her from the house because she has been pregnant secretly. When she got pregnant, her father already removed her, has told them to come back. So she's wondering why the family won't accept her back to go back to her farm. Marina is still secretly not forthcoming about her pregnancy. She just says she can't return. Her father says she can't send her back to the farm. Her father will not receive her because of her pregnancy. So the stress of managing her is there. Eloise is investigating who Lady Whistledown is. She goes to investigate who's Lady Whistledown because of the scandal, the gossip. Some of it is very close to home. She begins to investigate who Lady Whistledown is. She asks one of her servants why she has a pile of Lady Whistledown letters. The servant laughs at her, stating that servants who do not have time to write musings, that such servants as her don't have time to write it. She doesn't know anything about it. She's reading it. She highlights that she was as wealthy as Lady Whistledown. She wouldn't be a servant. Thought that all the gossip has traded out even to the servants, laughing at the society and things like that. And so that's just additional points. The episode is very interesting. It's very riveting. It ends with the cliffhanger, the drama of the fight and things like that. So I liked episode 4. It was really good, and we're going to review episode 5. So stay tuned for the next episode. Bye. Okay, yeah. So now recapping. Now, hi guys, back with episode 5 recap, which is The Duke and I. Episode titled The Duke and I. Episode 5 recap. Duke and I. The opening of The Duke and I, it opens with Daphne frantically getting changed. So Daphne is in a rush to get changed. She has like a lot on her chest. She's extremely anxious after recent events. Dealing with the rushed engagements, the rushed duel with her brother and the Duke, rushed scandal and things like that. So she has a lot on her chest. She leaves her bed and speaks to her mother. She tells her that she's engaged, giving the mother the news, her mom her good news that she's engaged, she's met someone, she's now engaged, that she's engaged now, she's found the perfect match. Tells her that she's engaged. Lady Violet Bridgerton assumes she's going to be, tells her she's, about it, her good news. Lady Violet Bridgerton, her mom, assumes she's going to be a princess. Assuming that she and the prince, things are going forward smoothly. Daphne corrects her and states she will be marrying the Duke of Hastings. Her mother is pleased that she and the Duke are going to actually get engaged, that things are not done with the prince, she's broken things up with the prince, and that Daphne very excited she will marry the Duke of Hastings. The Duke of Hastings doesn't want to be, he's been agreed to engage, go forward with the marriage and everything. Daphne, Violet, it seems, things that the prince are no more an item, so change of plans. Her mother is pleased. Daphne wonders if she can obtain a special license in business to marry, to forward the marriage and things like that, like to push the marriage forward and all that, and speed up the arrangements. Her mother isn't sure why she wants to marry immediately, obviously for reasons best known to her, because she's considering all this scandal and stuff that happened. But she's happy for her. Her mother is totally unknowing and clueless to the fact about all these things that happened. The Queen learns that Prince Frederick has lost out to Daphne and to the Duke of Hastings. The Queen learns that Prince Frederick has lost out to Daphne and the Duke of Hastings. That the prince and her are no more going to engage. The engagement is broken. It's done. She does not look pleased. Obviously that her nephew is no more, things are not going forward with him, that Daphne is not going to be willing to join her family, just that the broken engagements, Prince Frederick is not going to be promised to wed, and so she's not happy. Lady Whistledown wonders if Daphne is concealing a scandal. The Queen wants, which is true, the scandal is going on about her and the prince being spotted kissing, and people witnessing them, having inappropriate affections, things like that. The Queen wants the prince to fight for Daphne. Prince doesn't want to care. He really doesn't care. His manners are just eventual promise that he will inherit the throne. Doesn't really care about all these personal things. The prince doesn't want to fight for Daphne. The Queen wants him to fight. Prince doesn't really care to do that. A lot is riding on the Duke and I, but Daphne is determined. A lot is riding on Duke and I, but Daphne is determined to marry Simon and squash rumors of what happened in the garden. The Queen wants the prince to fight for Daphne. Yeah, a lot is riding on Duke and I. Daphne is determined to marry Simon and squash rumors. A lot is riding on this episode of Duke and I. Daphne is determined to marry Simon and squash rumors of what happened in the garden. Just to put an end to the rumor. And Daphne is determined to marry Simon, to cover her shame and conceal the incident, and remove the gossip, the negativity and all that. Daphne speaks to Prince Frederick and apologizes for not engaging with him. That they're not going to engage, whether she led him on, she led him astray, she led him on, she made him feel feelings that are not true. He's understanding about it, and Daphne explains how she's ultimately in love with him, she feels, they had something. The prince takes the news gracefully. He doesn't really have anything to say about it. He's lost. Simon has won. He's not the one, and things like that. So all looks well. He just takes things gracefully. Daphne doesn't want to make too much emotional effort with it. All things are well at this stage. All looks well at this stage of the episode. Daphne then meets Simon. Daphne then meets Simon and they walk and talk. Daphne then meets Simon, they walk and talk to discuss their engagements, nuptials, their proposal. Simon does not seem to be happy at all. He's not happy about it at all. He looks on the edge and nervous. He's not very pleased about the engagement. He's not happy to go forward with it. He's on the edge, he's nervous when others congratulate them on their engagement. So he's from a healthy family. Simon withdraws. He's not confident about it. He doesn't want to. He's going through it like the compulsion, like he's being forced to get married as he wants. Not being able to have children is a great insecurity for him because he has his trauma from his childhood, doesn't have the best childhood memories, and his trauma with his father and things like that. So he doesn't have to make new kids or make a family for himself, which is a good burden. And so that he definitely really wants a family. So it's like, what selfish man is that? Because of congratulating him, he's John doesn't seem to be happy. Wishing them a healthy family. He's just withdrawn. So it's undecided. But she's playful. She's enthusiastic to go forward. Colin in the next scene. So in the next scene, Colin Bridgerton visits Marina, and he begins showing himself as a suitor. Colin Bridgerton is the third child of the Bridgerton family. He's a free spirit. He's young. He's trusting. He's new. He's a free. He's young, imperious kind of guy. He seems to like Marina. He's showing himself as a suitor. He likes her. Penelope looks on as the pair flirts and keeps interrupting them. Penelope looks on, as the pair flirts and keeps interrupting them. He looks on as a pair flirts and keeps interrupting them. She herself likes Colin. Colin sees her as a girlfriend. Colin sees her as a girlfriend, as a friend, not as a girlfriend, as a confidant, as a just as a casual friend. Let's see as more than that. Let's see as a girlfriend material. Penelope looks on as they're flirting. She's trying to interrupt them. She doesn't like the fact, after knowing Marina's secrets, it's like knowing in her that Marina has all this, like, knowing what she knows about her intimate circumstance. Penelope keeps interrupting them. Penelope is irked. It looks on as the perfect. He's interrupting them. Penelope is irked by potential engagements. She hears the news of Daphne's engagement. She begins to raise it with her mother. She's irked of the threat that Colin will be the one that Marina will choose and things like that. And she herself likes Colin. Colin doesn't see her as anything. She can't really get why Colin doesn't like her. She's kind of annoyed. She wants to be interrupting the flirtation. She's knowing Marina's secret. All these things are like popping up in her. She goes to raise with her mother. While trying on the dress, Daphne has a private conversation with Cressida Cowper, who is one of the ladies in society, who is also in competition for like a royal match suitor with Daphne and the other set of debutantes. So while trying on the dress, Daphne has a private conversation with Cressida. The conversation turns strange when Cressida recalls seeing Daphne with Simon in the garden with no chaperone. So Cressida confronts Daphne that saw you and Simon engaging and kissing, and there was nobody. What was going on? Things she saw. She believes Daphne trapped the Duke in a marriage. Cressida is just known to be a very competitive with Daphne. She first says that Frederick Daphne is trying to lure Frederick, as she tried to trap Frederick to marry her, the prince, because she herself wants the prince. The prince didn't want her. Now Daphne is saying that Cressida is saying that Daphne has trapped the Duke in marriage. Daphne didn't trap him. Cressida will not stop at competing with Daphne. She just has this evidence saying them together. She doesn't know the circumstance that they've been friends and they've been together. She just feels like Cressida trapped Daphne. Cressida trapped Daphne. Cressida trapped Daphne. Out of Daphne trapped the Duke just for marriage to get him to like her. Daphne warns Cressida about her words and reminds her she's going to be a duchess, and this is not her role. She's going to be Duchess of Hastings, so she should remind her she talks to her. She should know not to take things forward in her place. Cressida wonders if Daphne can even take the Duke down the aisle, knowing that the Duke is rushing and he's having confused thoughts. The Duke and I, so Cressida is like challenging that when we should even get married, things that Duke is feeling about the gossip and things that have been said. The Duke and I highlight the severity of being dishonored and the risk it can have on socially and reputationally, like the severity of being dishonored, and the risk you can have socially and reputationally, being dishonored, and the risk you can have socially and reputationally in 1800s as part of the marriage market. The severity of being dishonored, risk you can have, in social society and reputation, all this kind of like social damage, and like the severity of being, scandalized and things like that, and slandered, and the reputation damage in the 1800s as part of the marriage market. So that's the issue. When the next scene, Anthony and Simon visit the church for a special license. The Archbishop of Canterbury denies it. I'm hearing that Simon and Daphne have been engaged in affairs and things like that. He said the gossip. He immediately denies it. He said he knows something. Anthony and Simon are coming back with no success. The Archbishop said he's not going to give a license. Daphne is fretting. She doesn't want the rumors to be leaked of what happened in the garden. She's fretting. She doesn't want rumors to be leaked of what happened in the garden. She doesn't want the rumors to leak about what happened, in the garden, about her case, her interaction with Simon. She doesn't know that people already know, such as the Queen and other members of society. Lady Danbury and Lady Bridgerton are shocked to hear the news that their children know about this scandal. Lady Danbury believes it is the Queen who influenced the church, meaning that the Queen has eyes and ears in all places. The Queen has heard about the news from Lady Whistledown publication. She's heard the gossip, the slander. She's gone ahead because obviously Daphne has broken her engagement with Frederick. She's gone to make that announcement, query, order to the church not to grant any marriage license out of revenge. The Queen is irritated about that. She wants, she's wondering to, just like she's displeased. She tells Daphne and Simon to give the Queen attention, just to appease her, but not to beg. They should not stoop too low, but they should make her, casual, warm themselves back into her good graces, just for the sake of the marriage. In the next scene, Lady Featherington talks to Marina about the man she has put forward for her, who is Prince Sir Philip, who is an elderly single father, who is older than Marina, is not in her age category, and wonders why she's sulking at that. Obviously, this is an old man that she doesn't want. Lady Featherington doesn't care. She wants Marina to get married and move on, and wants the dowry. Sir Philip is wealthy. He's promised to care for Marina all the rest of her life, and care for her, take on her responsibilities, pay and all that. So Featherington has arranged that Marina is going to marry Prince Philip as Sir Philip at all costs. Marina is sulking. She doesn't want that national man, every man. Featherington has put forward that's for her. Marina is interested in Colin. Lady Featherington tells her to cut off Colin because obviously Colin is one person that she feels is matched for one of her children. She just really likes Colin. She just doesn't see Marina, she's seeing Marina as a servant, not in that class. So she has already arranged that she will marry somebody like Sir Philip, not suitable for her, and that she doesn't see Marina wanting, she doesn't want to have Marina have a better husband than her children. Marina tells Lady Featherington that if she marries Bridgerton, she should be connecting her family to a powerful family, which Lady Featherington knows, but she doesn't know why Marina should be one to connect her family, where she has other children who have not connected her family in better ways, leading to them having money issues and financial issues. She believes she will connect her family to that she will make that connection. Marina said that's why Lady Featherington should trust her. Lady Featherington doesn't want Marina to be the one. She plans to seduce Colin, and so she has made that plan, talking about it to Lady Featherington behind closed doors. Penelope overhears the conversation and she's overwhelmed because she herself likes Colin, and she feels nobody sees her, nobody wants to pay attention to her. So she hears that it triggers that jealousy in her, that Marina is going to seduce Colin. Daphne raises in confidence to one of her servants, Rose, that Daphne gets to raise in confidence to one of her servants, to Rose, the servant, that Simon can have children. Simon said he can have children. Not that he won't, he said he can't, not for medical reasons, psychologically he said he won't. Rose tells her that her aunt and uncle also cannot have children, but they love each other very much, just to settle her fears, her emotions about not having a child, raising a family without a child. But they love each other very much. Daphne seems to care for Simon, which is why this is a dilemma for her. Daphne she cares for Simon, which is why she wants a family, she wants the best out of the marriage. She's already getting second thoughts. This is a warning scene. It's showing her dilemma, her concerns about giving, going forward, how they're going to raise a family, things like that. Simon's desperation to hide his pain. It's a warning scene in Duke and I. It's less, about having children, but more about how they feel about each other, about how the two of them are compatible, how they feel about each other, how they love each other all the days of their marriage in the long term, which is what the servant reminds her of. Daphne and Simon visit the Queen as advised. Daphne and Simon visit the Queen as advised. The Queen asked them to plead their case about a special license, to query, to petition themselves for a special license about why they need it. Daphne iterates that they are very much in love, and it was love at first sight. The two of them are genuinely in love. Simon denies it was love at first sight, but after they pretended to court, they found something greater. It was love at first sight, but after they pretended to court, they found something greater. Simon is using honesty to persuade the Queen. He talks about how much he loves to be in her company and how much she's his best friend. After they pretended to court, Simon is using honesty to persuade the Queen. He talks about how much he loves, he's using honesty to persuade the Queen. He talks about how much he loves to be in her company, how much she's his best friend. They're just giving it starts to put the feelings into effect, how they truly love each other. They're giving their best qualities and they're describing their relationship to the Queen. These words impact Daphne, and she's shocked and her eyes are filled with love. She begins to realize the fulfillment of her relationship goals. The Queen asks Daphne if she wishes to marry Simon. Bridgerton season 1 episode 5 is showing to which Simon and Daphne both answer yes, they want to marry. Bridgerton season 1 episode 5 is showing how vulnerable Simon has become. He does not seem to understand that Daphne is vulnerable as well. Daphne herself is also vulnerable. He's just in his own pain. So that's the next scene. In the next scene, it is then to the wedding. Anthony walks Daphne down the aisle. So they're having the wedding. The wedding is arranged. It's a quick ceremony. They do it in a very short and simple ceremony in their familial property, just a close-knit family wedding. It's a small audience. Noticeably, Simon is not giving Daphne much eye contact. He seems to have become very, focused and just, wants to just very, stone-faced, very concentrated about it, very serious. At the wedding party, Cressida is already licking Daphne's ass. After the recent disagreements, Cressida is already bootlicking Daphne. He's already seen how her well-to-do-ness, her royal engagement is becoming, very beneficial to her. Her status has changed, her level has changed, her life has changed. She's like a duchess. Cressida has already started to bootlick, has already started to follow her, has already started to aspire to be her, has already started to worship her and things like that. Even after things that she said, she's now starting to change her tune and likes Daphne a lot, seeing that Daphne has conquered the aisle and now is a duchess, which Daphne wanted all along, to be a woman of status at all costs. Penelope tells Marina not to trap Colin into marriage. In the next scene, Next thing, Penelope tells Marina not to trap Colin into marriage. That Marina should not seduce him, trying to trap him because of the, her baby and the situation. Marina argues her case for engagement with Colin. Marina is still trying to find the authority and the confidence and the confidence and the guts to actually want to pursue an engagement and to give her feelings and to change her life. Lady Featherington then delivers the news that Lord Rutledge is engaged to be married, and she must speed it up with Colin. Lord Rutledge is one of the another elderly suitor in the show. Another elderly suitor who also had interest in Marina, who was previously interested in giving a dowry. He has gone ahead to marry another young lady, and she must speed this up with Colin as a fact of matter of importance, if not to ruin the family reputation. She must quickly make her intentions and make her preparations with Colin. Penelope is going to be a factor in this subplot because she clearly wants to intervene and prevent any marriage with Colin, because she herself has feelings and whatever bitterness she has. In the next scene, Marina makes sure that she's alone with Colin in the room where he cannot be seen. She tries kissing him, but Colin tells her that he must maintain her honor because she's a lady, because we go ahead about the Simon and Daphne's scandal that was quickly concealed. Married, Colin was in that family's family has that dangerous scandal that is concealed, doesn't want to spoil it again. So he's maintaining her honor because she's a lady. Marina doesn't care. As Marina walks up, Colin asks her to marry him by the end of the season. He doesn't want to say anything as it is that he wants to marry her by the end of the marital season, that he will choose to marry her. But he doesn't want to say anything in front of everybody, as his sister's day and his sister's having her marriage that day. At the wedding party, so next scene, at the wedding party, Daphne is overwhelmed by the occasion and finds a room for herself. At the wedding party, Daphne is overwhelmed by the occasion, finds a room for herself. There's pressure on her to perform on wedding night and to consummate the marriage, to have sex, with various comments implying sex. So there's all these sex jokes and things like that. Her mother joins her, and Daphne expresses how it seems strange to have a husband. Daphne is nervous about having sex with Simon, and her mother tries to talk to her about it. She says that this act is to have children. Daphne raises the possibility of not being able to have children. The sex act, she wants children badly, but her mother reminds her that they care deeply for each other. So they should consummate it, that this is the rest of her life. There's plenty of maturity in the story considering the time it represents, but it still works. In the story considering the time it represents, but that love affair still works. There's still time to grow. In the next scene, as soon as the party ends, Daphne has to join Simon in the carriage to start their new life together. Daphne has to join Simon in the carriage to start their new life together. To begin their life. She wants to join in the ride off into the sunset. The family watch as they ride off. It's quite an emotional moment. Family watch as they ride off. Quite an emotional moment as they ride. Simon tells Daphne what they need to stay. They need to stay at an inn on the way as the journey is too far, so they need to stop and rest. Daphne is not amused, but the same tension that was present in the wedding ceremony remains. The same tension that was present, about having intimacy is remaining, which leads to the next scene of the wedding night. So at the inn, Simon requests a separate room. They're both acting odd around each other, and they pace their rooms. Daphne gets upset and tells Simon that she's wanting to be alone with him for 3 days. And they pace their rooms. Daphne then gets upset and tells Simon that she wants to be alone with him for 3 days. Just to be alone, to spend time. She doesn't want to have separate rooms, so they want to be alone for 3 days. Simon believes he's causing Daphne misery and has been in agony. Simon believes he's causing Daphne misery and has been in agony. He brings up the life of family. He starts to bring up his past. Why he's causing her misery and agony. feels a burden and guilt, and that he cannot provide because of his past, his trauma. As Daphne gets more upset, Simon tells her that everything he told the queen is true. My thoughts of you never end. Audiences will be on the edge, because of this, a lot of this lines and the romance and just the sentiments and things like that. In the next scene, Daphne does not understand, and Simon gets frustrated. He believes Daphne does not feel the same for him as he does. Yeah, Daphne does not understand. Simon gets frustrated. He believes Daphne does not feel the same for him as he does. Daphne does not understand. Simon gets frustrated. He believes Daphne does not feel the same for him as he does for her. This may develop feelings, but then he begins to feel burnt out because he feels Daphne doesn't feel the same for her. He tells her he burns for her. This is how he burns for her. Daphne explains that if he looked at her for more than 2 seconds over the course of a week, he would have seen that she burns for him too. That he looked at her, he paid more attention to her over the week, he would have seen that she burns for him too. He does give that popular one line that he burns for her, that he wants her, she should resolve the feelings. At the end of the scene, the episode, the couple kiss. Simon tells her that he wants to show her more, he wants to show someone to his romantic world. Intimate scenes follow. The drama really articulates how much the couple has wanted each other for so long, as it leads to sex. So they kids have sex a lot, and they have a lot of intimate sex and intimacy and sex scenes and intimate scenes and things like that. The intimate scenes follow, and drama articulates that. So it's a very steamy, lots of steamy scenes and things like that. So the episode ends. That was one of the best episodes. The wedding, the burning, the making engagements, the riding out, the fairy tale, and the honeymoon. They talk about love and things like that. So we get to see, the wedding, the relationship evolve. Keep an eye, intense and steamy as everything the story has worked for previously leads to a pivotal moment that will change the name of the chapters of the scenes, the series. So many of the main points are that Louise is anxious, knowing that she'll be next in line for marriage, and she remains a strong feminist. Anthony tries to see Sienna Russell, who is his girlfriend, the opera singer, but she's gone. Her friend tells Anthony to leave her alone. Later, Anthony goes to a brothel, begins to drink, and his frustrations about his burden about being his family's provider. The Queen tells George that Amelia was ill several years ago and that she's gone, which is George and the King, who has dementia on the throne. George is confused. He's clearly suffering from something. Amelia is he used to call about one of his exes. Ex-lover, he used to call out to name Amelia. He starts to have manifestations. The Queen has to tell him that Amelia died several years ago, she's gone. George is confused. He's clearly suffering from something in the mental capacity, delusion. He gets all those symptoms, and everybody's seeing him have those symptoms. They're considering his health to the kingdom again. The Queen is one ruling the kingdom behind the scenes. Louise is still trying to find out who Lady Whistledown is and asks Lady Danbury. She still wants to know who Lady Whistledown is, seeing that she's hearing lots of gossip that has been troubling. The Queen overhears, and why ask Lady Danbury? Because she heard about the scandal about Lady Whistledown, about Simon and things like that. The Queen overhears and asks Eloise everything she has found out about the author, which is something about the servants having information passed to them from unbeknownst sources from other servants. So that's what she says, and those are the additional points of the episode. So thanks for I like this episode, it was really good, steamy and all that. So that was a good one. Finish episode 5 and stay tuned for episode 6 review, and I'll see you next episode. Bye. The next scene, a scandal that festers through the town. With the scandal regarding Marina and Colin festering through the town, and Thompson feeling slightly ousted due to being dishonored, scandal about Marina being pregnant, the bombshell, and Colin finding out she's pregnant, the secret festering through the town, Thompson feeling slightly ousted due to being dishonored. Both families are feeling cheated, she lied. Both families are in a precarious position. Colin wants to visit Marina, but Lady Violet and Anthony advise against it. Colin wants to visit Marina to speak, to discuss everything. Lady Violet and Anthony advise against it. Daphne joins the family calls to help as she's arrived. She's heard the news about Colin's heartbreak, his trouble. She wants to help. She's going through the problem herself. She feels she has nothing to say, but she'll just try her best. Daphne believes her return will give the town something to talk about with her and the Duke. Just to give them something to say, updates about her marriage. The scandal regarding Marina and Colin festering through the town. The news has broken that Marina is secretly pregnant. Thompson feels slightly ousted due to being dishonored. Thompson feels slightly ousted due to being dishonored. Thompson feels slightly ousted due to being dishonored. Both families are in a precarious position. With the news breaking and all that. Colin wants to visit Marina, but Violet and Anthony advise against it. Daphne joins the family cause to help her out. Daphne believes her return will give the town something to talk about with her and the Duke to distract everybody from what is going on, the crisis with Colin and Marina and the pregnancy scandal. Colin is frustrated and Daphne calls Marina a stranger. She doesn't know her, she doesn't know her background, her upbringing, her just where she comes from. Like, she doesn't know her personally. She doesn't know her story. She doesn't Colin met her likes her, they want to marry and it's too much. Daphne offers to be a chaperone so Colin can visit Marina. Marina is kept somewhere else. She's going to stay in seclusion. Oceans Apart demonstrates how quickly Daphne has grown to be a useful member of the family now that she's a duchess. She has means, she has stability, she has a home, she has income, she has a husband. Her mind is settled, she has a life, she can reach out, she can give support for others who are more in need. Simon and Daphne remain passionate for each other. In the next scene, as for Simon, he's busy boxing with Will. Obviously, Will is a champion boxer. His friend can sense his frustrations over his marriage. Simon returns to the Hastings home and asks Daphne if she's still awake. Daphne asks Simon to his friend can sense frustration about his marriage. Simon returns, asks to the Hastings home, asks Daphne if she's still awake. Daphne asks Simon to join the luncheon with her to support her brother. Simon goes to the Hastings home and asks Daphne if she's awake. Daphne asks Simon to join the luncheon with her to support her brother. She's awake. Daphne asks Simon to join the luncheon with her to support her brother. Daphne asks Simon to join the luncheon with her to support her brother, so Simon can meet her brother, join them, and all that. She then asks where he has been and implies that Simon has been disloyal with other women. She sees him out, she sees him disheveled with an evening shave. She implies he has been loyal with other women. Simon approaches her and asks if she truly believes that their marriage is over, but he says it intensely, knowing full well it isn't. Simon approaches her and asks if she truly believes that the marriage is over, but he says it intensely, knowing fully well it isn't. They end up kissing on the staircase, and Simon gives her oral. Approaches her, asks if she truly believes that the marriage is over. He says it intensely, knowing fully well that it isn't over. The two end up kissing on the staircase. Simon gives her oral head, oral sex. They still want to work it out. They feel the marriage isn't over. It's obvious they are missed being apart. When Daphne suggests continue in the bedroom, Simon says, if you are with a child, then I shall stay and do my duty to support both of you. If you get pregnant, I will stay and do my duty to improve the fatherly role. When Daphne suggests continuing in the bedroom, Simon says that. Daphne asks what if she isn't, or Diamond says then they shall remain married in name only. Daphne asks what if she isn't pregnant, what if she isn't, what if she isn't. Simon says then if she isn't pregnant, Simon says that we shall remain married in name only, remain married as in just as in living as a habitual couple. His words hurt Daphne. She walks off. There may be passion between them. his dismissal of pregnancy, but the problems remain the same about the conceivement and all that. And the next scene, chaperone. The next day, Daphne acts as a chaperone for Colin and Marina, so they can talk to each other. Marina confirms. So Colin and Marina can work out the issues. Marina confirms she's pregnant, and Colin feels betrayed by that news that Marina's pregnant. He knew all along, but for her to admit it is very betraying. Marina does not want to be shamed, admits that she did not know better. She doesn't want to be shamed. She admits that she did not know better about that. Given her past, she was brought up, with an ex-fiance. He died. She was pregnant. She's left without any spousal affiliation. She was left without any spousal consolation or anything like that. She doesn't want to be shamed. The way she did know better. She gets emotional if she had no choice. Given her past, her believing she should get married, she got pregnant without knowing. She wasn't given a fair choice at life. She feels she'll be shamed. Confessing, admitting. Colin feels betrayed to hear it from her mouth straight away about her pregnancy. Marina does not want to be shamed, admits she doesn't know any better. She gets emotional and believes she had no choice. Given her background, her upbringing, her pressure to marry and what occurred, she got pregnant and she had to abandon her life. Colin believes he was tricked and tells her that if he knew about the secret before the deception, he'd have married her. Prior to her deceiving him and luring him into marrying her and giving him the false impression that she's single. If he had told her she had ulterior motives, he would have thought and married her, would have known the truth, but he refused. He then leaves. Marina's life is in a dangerous place in oceans apart because he's left and he just walked away. She steps away from being on the streets. She's actually steps away from being on the streets. She's abandoned. She's left. The marriage has fallen through. Everybody knows her secret. She finds a safe place to stay. She's left the Featherington house. The marriage has fallen through and the engagement has called off because Colin is heartbroken. They don't put it right. In the next scene, Queen's luncheon. Simon and Daphne attend the Queen's luncheon. Simon asks the Queen, she's having a luncheon. Simon and Daphne attend just to pay respect to her for granting the marriage certificate. The Queen asks Simon and Daphne if they're having children yet and tells them to update her as soon as possible. The tension between still trying to grow their family, that tension of whether he's committed to having a family, his past trauma, his decision to develop, have a family, increase his family or grow his family and things like that. Tell them to update her as soon as possible. Tension between Daphne and Simon is evident. Afterward, the Queen asks Eloise, the tension between them is evident. They're not speaking, they're not sharing their joy or their news, they're just silent and stoic, stiff with each other. Afterward, the Queen asks Eloise who the Whistledown is. Eloise is trying to investigate, figure out who the Whistledown is, that he's selling all the secrets and he's exposing lots of people. The Queen feels that Eloise might have some inquiry about it or some curiosity about it. She asks Eloise who the Whistledown is. Eloise is not aware of who it could possibly be. She just knows that she's nervous about this notorious questionable character spreading the rumors. She wants her to hurry up and find out and investigate herself. She gives her the order to investigate. In the next scene, outside, the Featherington family shows up and conversations start to lower. The conversation starts to get very messy. They start to become very below the belt. Their reputation is getting ruined. Penelope, is heartbroken about Colin. She feels just deriving a lot of preoccupation with different distractions. The sisters, Philippa and the other sister, Philippa and Philippa and Prudence, they're just not fitting. They're just not able to find the right suitors. They're not able to get suited, attend, find suitors, find attractive, suitable husbands during the season. Their reputation appears to be ruined. They're having financial difficulties, many strange financial issues. They're trying to, Lady Philippa Featherington is really trying to, to secure some kind of positivity or some kind of inheritance for her family. Lady Portia Featherington is trying to find some financial supply or support, financial benefits for her family, some financial income for her family. Not able to find it, not able to secure some kind of financial compensation for them. Their reputation appears to be ruined. Eloise tells Penelope that Lady Whistledown. The reputation of the Featherington family is getting ruined. Their finances are getting ruined. Eloise tells Penelope that Lady Whistledown has taken it too far this time with the rumors. Lady Whistledown's publication about Marina's scandal was a big blow to the family. Lady Featherington tries to speak to Lady Bartlett Bridgerton, but she walks off, trying to explain about how her daughter and Colin could reconcile. About Marina, just explains, she tries to make accusations at Lady Bridgerton, about whose fault and what they were trying to do, how it wasn't a concealment, and about the broken engagement, and Violet just sees them as scam, and it's a scam. Colin is brokenhearted and she walks off. The Featherington family is then asked to leave the premises. Eloise and Daphne are dismayed by the treatment of the family by the rest of the community. They're just dismayed by how everybody else is treating the Bridgertons and how people are trying to arrange different schemes for them, and they're dismayed by their treatment. Next scene, I wanted more advice. In a private area in the garden, Lady Violet Bridgerton can tell something is troubling Daphne. She's privately with her daughter Daphne. She can tell something's wrong with her. She wants to help, but Daphne asks her why she never prepared for married life. She wants to help, but Daphne asks her why she never prepared for married life. Daphne is anguished and in pain. Lady Danbury, she wants to help. Daphne asks her why she never prepared for married life. Why she was never, her mother never prepared her for the struggles and trials of married life, things that are happening in marriage, the struggles of married life, about the challenges of married life being a wife. She has far too many troubles and burdens. Daphne is anguished and in pain, but Lady Danbury enters the fray, and the conversation is quickly over. She's anguished. Lady Danbury comes to reassure her that Simon is good, things will work out. She's giving him her best wishes, her best advice, her best confidence, and she just feels he will do right by her. She enters, explains. Conversation is quickly over. Daphne is anguished and in pain. Conversation ends. Daphne is offered. Daphne visits Marina and apologizes to her. She states she understands her. She comes to apologize to meeting Marina in that environment, how she's a stranger, but she can relate to what she's going through as a woman trying to get engaged and things like that. She visits her, trying to apologize for the way the mess and the aura of animosity between the two families. She states she understands her. Marina talks about George and how he was perfect. Talking about George, how George was perfect. Her ex-fiance was perfect before he died. He was a good man. He didn't need to die. She talked about George, how he was perfect. He was a good match. She misses him. Daphne wants to know what station George fights for her so she can help him be found. Daphne wants to know what station George fights for her so that station George is fighting for, so she can help him be found. She wants Marina to have a better life because she feels she deserves it. Daphne sees herself in Marina. It's obvious there's similarities. Just to find out George's whereabouts, whether he can be found. He disappeared. He's never come back. Also, whether he can be found. Daphne sees herself in Marina. It's obvious there are similarities, but Marina ended up with the short straw. Yeah, sees herself in Marina. It's obvious there are similarities. Marina ended up with the short straw. You know, looking at how they both came from different backgrounds. That's why promising a marriage, and now she has a good marriage, and Marina is disappointed, and Marina ended up with a bad result, but it's all good. In the next scene, ladies' night. Daphne attends a ladies' night organized by Lady Danbury. It involves gambling and drinking. At the table, Daphne speaks she wants to organize a ladies' night for them to gather and socialize. At the table, Daphne speaks to the General's wife and wonders if she can help find George. Daphne speaks to the General's wife and wonders if she can help find George. Marina tells Daphne that the General will not entertain a letter from the Duchess and that he needed signing from the Duke. Marina tells Daphne that the General will not entertain a letter from the Duchess and that he needed there's a promise that the General's wife, a general of George when he was in the army, is the environment general of general of the army battalion that George served in, whether the wife, General's wife, General's wife is available to hear out, to find out about George's whereabouts. She's one of the women who are in charge of George's senior officer, married to him, and she knows George will know. Marina tells Daphne that the General will not entertain a letter from the Duchess and that he needed signing from the Duke. So the Duke needs to give a signature, which Daphne cannot generate because she and him are not speaking. In order to get a letter for Marina to trace George's whereabouts and find out closure about him. She thanks him for her efforts, arguing over households while having a drink. Anthony talks to Simon about arguing over households while having a drink. Anthony talks to Simon about his sister. He tells him that he's fucking up the marriage already. Talks to Simon about his sister. About Daphne feels she's messing up as a wife. He tells him that he's fucking up the marriage. Simon is missing the marriage calling already. Simon tells Anthony that he breaks all his promises. And tells us that he breaks all his promises. Anthony thinks it's a shame that due to his tells Anthony that he breaks all his promises. Anthony thinks it's a shame that due to his father, Simon does not want to lead a household. Because of his parental past and his familial background, doesn't want to lead a household. Anthony's ashamed that that's due to his father. Simon doesn't want to lead a household. Simon says that Anthony's father would be ashamed. The man Anthony's father would be ashamed. The man end up in a fight, and they're soon split up. Are these two even best friends? Since Anthony's father would be ashamed, the man ended up in the household. Someone says that Anthony's father would be ashamed. The man ended up in a fight. His father would be ashamed of the way the two of them are leading the house. That his father died in a fight, and that because of the argument, Anthony is blaming Simon for the end of the marriage. Says that he's not committing to his household. That Simon doesn't want to lead. Anthony's father would be ashamed of the way he's treating his daughter. The two end up exchanging blows. They end up in a fight, and they are soon split up. Are these two supposed to be as cool, close friends from back in the day? Are these two even best friends? The men end up in fights. It's almost like they hate each other at this point because their friendship ends. Daphne returns home drunk and she sees Simon tending to wounds. Daphne returns to wounds. returns home drunk. She sees Simon tending to wounds. He claims he has been training too tough with Will. So Daphne returns home drunk, and she sees Simon. Daphne returns drunk from the ladies' night with the Danbury. She sees Simon tending to wounds. Simon is tending to people's wounds, and he claims he has been training too tough with Will. Simon tending to wounds. He claims he has been training too tough with Will. From the fight they had. He tries to play it off that he's been boxing with Will. Will says he didn't touch, he hasn't been with Simon. Simon was also obviously in an altercation with Anthony. Daphne offers to tend to his courts, which leads to intimacy between them. After a long time, they finally intimate. They're able to kiss and make out and become intimate. And despite all the argument, they kiss. Daphne tells Simon that the child will be a blessing, so he pushes her off. She said out of irritation, out of disapproval, he pushes her off. Simon tells her he swore a long time ago that he would never have a child. He made a vow that he would never continue the Hastings line. He swore a long time ago that he would never have a child. He made a vow that he would never continue the Hastings line due to his father. His father made a bad name as a father for him. He will not continue the Hastings line. He will not bring another child of hatred to the world. He won't have a child. Daphne reminds Simon that he made a vow to her, and she's dismayed that this is a revenge plot. She says he's not committing to a vow, and that he's taking up past the struggles, trauma to seek revenge and seek another pain in this marriage. Simon does not believe his vow on his father's deathbed. Does not believe the vow on his father's deathbed can be undone. Daphne says they will be miserable for the rest of their lives and apart. Simon does not believe his vow on his father's deathbed can be undone. Can be undone. Daphne states they will be miserable for the rest of their lives and apart. She feels rejected and hurt that Simon's revenge is more important than the love he has for her. Miserable for the rest of their lives and apart. She's obviously feeling rejected and hurt that Simon's revenge is more important than revenge on his past. Is more important than love he has to further, future and a family and bring future to a family. And says that they'll be miserable for the rest of their lives and apart, given his behavior, and that's just how things are going. In the next scene, the Queen's concert. Before the Queen's concert, Daphne looks at herself in the mirror and she entertains herself that she might be pregnant. At the event, when she tries to speak to Sir Granville, Daphne looks at herself in the mirror. She sees herself that she might be pregnant. At the event, Benedict tries to speak to Sir Granville. Granville tells Benedict that he's in love with Lord Weatherby. She looks herself in the mirror. She entertains herself that she might be pregnant. At the event, the Queen looks herself in the mirror. She might be pregnant. At the event, Benedict tries to speak to Sir Granville. Granville tells Benedict that he's in love with Lord Weatherby and that he risks his life every day for love by masking it. She tells herself that she might be pregnant. At the event, she tries to speak to Sir Granville. She tells herself that she might be pregnant. She sees a bump, signs she might be pregnant. At the event, Benedict tries to speak to Sir Granville. Granville tells Benedict, tries to speak to Sir Granville. Granville tells Benedict that he's in love with, that's the Queen's secretary. Benedict is trying to speak to him, tells the Benedict that he's in love with Lord Weatherby and that he risks his life every day for love by masking it with a marriage. He's secretly in a gay relationship and he's married. He shows how difficult it is in love outside the traditions of society to be in a homosexual relationship in that traditional society. So Granville tells Benedict that he's all talk, oceans apart. It's a slight story about being gay in the 1800s. It's only a subplot that is touched on lightly and would have benefited from being, it's only lightly talks about the homosexual, but more homosexual references are in season 2. It's just a subplot about homosexuality in the 1800s, and that will be expounded on later for the benefit of the audience, but we can see that storyline. He's secretly married to another man, in a relationship with another man while married, and infidelity. Eloise tells the queen that Lady Whistledown is a tradesperson. The queen tells Eloise that she's hiring someone else to find Lady Whistledown. This is the queen that Lady Whistledown is a Eloise tells the queen that Lady Whistledown is a tradesperson. It tells the queen that Lady Whistledown is a tradesperson. Queen tells Eloise that she's hiring someone else to find Lady Whistledown. Yeah, Eloise tells the queen that Lady Whistledown is a tradesperson. The queen tells Eloise that she's hiring someone else to find Lady Whistledown and silence her, which shocks her. When Eloise leaves tells the queen that Lady Whistledown is a tradesperson. The queen tells Eloise that she's hiring someone else to find Lady Whistledown and silence her, which shocks her. When Eloise leaves the concert, she believes she has found the ultimate clue to Lady Whistledown. She's that Lady Whistledown is a tradesperson. Tells Eloise that she's hiring someone to find Lady Whistledown and silence her, which shocks her. When Eloise leaves the concert, she believes she has found the ultimate clue to Lady Whistledown. That Lady Whistledown is a tradesperson. The queen tells Eloise that she's hiring someone else to find Lady Whistledown and silence her. Eloise that she's hiring someone to find Lady Whistledown and silence her, which shocks her. Which shocks her. When Eloise leaves the concert, she believes she has found the ultimate clue. That's the queen that Lady Whistledown is a tradesperson. The queen tells Eloise that she's hiring someone else to find Lady Whistledown and silence her, which shocks her. When Eloise leaves the concert, she believes she has found the ultimate clue to Lady Whistledown. The queen that Lady Whistledown is a tradesperson. The queen tells Eloise that she's hiring someone else to find Lady Whistledown and silence her, which shocks her. When Eloise leaves the concert, she believes she has found the ultimate clue to Lady Whistledown. Yeah, she feels Lady Whistledown is a tradesperson, and she tells the queen that she thinks that's who Lady Whistledown is, and that people trying to silence her. She's still in the quest for knowing Lady Whistledown's identity, and she and the queen are conferring about that. In the ending of Bridgerton episode 7, back at the concert, Anthony sees Sienna, who appears to be with another man. During the performance, Simon holds Daphne's hand. Sienna appears to be with another man. During the performance, Simon holds Daphne's hand. Suddenly, she becomes emotional and walks off. Meanwhile, Penelope checks up on Marina. She's on the floor unconscious. She tries getting rid of her unborn baby. This is Sienna, who appears to be with another man. During the performance, Sienna holds Daphne's hand. Back at the concert, Anthony sees Sienna, who appears to be with another man. This is Sienna, who appears to be with another man. During the performance, Simon holds Daphne's hand. Suddenly, she becomes emotional and walks off. Sienna has run off with another man, and sees that she's with another guy. Simon holds Daphne's hand. Suddenly, she becomes emotional and walks off. Meanwhile, Penelope checks up on Marina. She's on the floor unconscious. She's tried getting rid of her unborn baby. She becomes emotional and walks off. Meanwhile, Penelope checks up on Marina. She's on the floor unconscious. She's trying getting rid of her unborn baby. She becomes emotional and walks off. Meanwhile, Penelope checks up on Marina. She's on the floor unconscious. She's trying to get rid of her unborn baby. Becomes emotional and walks off. Meanwhile, Penelope checks up on Marina, and she's on the floor unconscious. She's tried getting rid of her unborn baby. Daphne checks on herself and she's bleeding. She's had a period. She's actually trying to get rid of the baby. Marina is trying to abort the pregnancy, and Penelope checks on her time to time to see her state of health, and she's unconscious. Sam and Daphne are just emotionally distant. They walk off. Daphne checks on herself and she's bleeding. She's had a period. She cries in her mother's arms that she's still pregnant. She's menstruating. As she sobs, Simon's eyes fill up as he watches the concert. It's a gutting moment for Daphne. It could eventually mean that her and Simon's marriage will only be in the name. And she's bleeding. She had a period. She cries in her mother's arms. She sobs. Simon's eyes fill up as she watches the concert. It's a gutsy moment for Daphne. Especially mean for Daphne checks herself as she's bleeding. She had a period. She cries in her mother's arms at this disappointment. She sobs. Simon's eyes fill up as he watches the concert. It's a gutsy moment for Daphne, and it could potentially mean that her and Simon's marriage. Simon's eyes fill up as he watches the concert. It's a gutsy moment for Daphne, and it could potentially mean that her and Simon's marriage. As he sobs, Simon's eyes fill up as he watches the concert. It's a gutsy moment for Daphne, and it could potentially mean that her and Simon's marriage will only be in the name. As she's in her mother's house, as she sobs, Simon's eyes fill up as he watches the concert. It's a gutsy moment for Daphne, and it potentially mean that her and Simon's marriage will only be in the name. That's just Simon's eyes fill up as he watches the concert. It's a gutsy moment for Daphne, and it could potentially mean that her and Simon's marriage will only be named without the air, seeing Emma just fills up with tears as he watches her sobbing for having no pregnancy. Episode 7 continues the momentum, securing a consistent run of dramatic chapters, ensuring that this story becomes a staple as spoken about. So the ends very sadly, Daphne is pregnant even after having sex with Simon, and they still couldn't consummate a baby. She's still menstruating. Marina is trying to abort a child, and this is like life and death. I'm just showing that her and Simon are really reaching the peak of like drama and trauma in their relationship, and their marriage could only be named. So that's the end. It's a very sad, solemn ending, cliffhanger. They're still waiting to see, what Simon needs to move on from his past and give this marriage his full effort so that they can continue to, be happy and pursue their relationship and their future and all that. Okay, so episode 8 is now the final episode. Episode 8 is titled Episode 8 is titled Episode 8 is titled After the Rain. Episode 8 titled After the Rain. It begins with Benedict painting Daphne and Simon. Benedict is painting a picture of Daphne with Simon together. He's the second brother. He's painting them. The couple talks about Simon quitting in London as soon as possible. Couple talks about Simon quitting in London as soon as possible. They plan Simon's last commitment. It's obvious they are playing against each other. The couple talks about Simon quitting in London as soon as possible. They plan Simon's last commitment. It's obvious they are playing against each other. And Simon should quit and retire back to the country. It's obvious they are playing against each other and it's going to work. They're in love. It's the stubbornness that is hurting them both. Meanwhile, Penelope checks up on Marina, who is in a rush to pack and go home. The ending of Bridgerton season 1 displays happy endings and heartbreaks. Obviously they are playing against each other and it isn't going to work. They are in love. It's the stubbornness that is Simon's last commitment. Obvious they are playing against each other. It's not going to work. They're in love. It's the stubbornness that is hurting the both of them. Whether they are both going to commit, and further their love. Stubbornness is hurting them. They are playing against each other. Meanwhile, Penelope checks up on Marina, who is in a rush to pack and go home. Penelope checks up on Marina, who is in a rush to pack and go home. The end of Bridgerton season 1 displays happy endings and heartbreaks. Penelope checks on Marina. Marina is rushing to leave and go home. She's retired and she wants to return. She hasn't heard any news about George's whereabouts, and it breaks her heart. So she's just in a rush to pack without having any scandal. The country or the town erupt with her secrets of the pregnancy, even though it's been disclosed to the family and the word is out. Just a lot of unhappy endings, happy endings, and heartbreaks. that it could go away. This is after the rain, and so after the rain, the feelings of loss could go away. But this is the finale, so next scene, extending an invitation. Daphne tells her mother that she and the Duke are going to go their separate ways. That she and the Duke are not working. She wants to leave. Lady Violet Bridgerton tells her that they should find a way forward and find patience and forgiveness with each other, that they should forgive and be patient. Lady Featherington intrudes and tells them that they were not invited to the ball. After that, they should find a way forward and find patience and forgiveness. Lady Featherington intrudes and tells them they were not invited to the ball. Lady Violet Bridgerton tells her that they should find a way forward and find patience and forgiveness. Lady Featherington intrudes and tells them they were not invited to the ball, but they're both not invited. They're both not invited to go their separate ways. Violet Bridgerton tells her that they should find a way forward and find patience and forgiveness. Lady Featherington intrudes that they were not invited to the ball. Daphne decides to extend her invitation and forgive the errors of the past. That she wants to have a ball, but she doesn't want to invite the other family of the Bridgertons. The Featheringtons were not invited. They're seen as outcasts, as rip-offs, as irreputable people. So Lady Bridgerton, she wants to have a ball to have everybody come and forgive. Featheringtons are not invited. She feels they're trash and she doesn't want to make a way forward and progress with them, so she doesn't invite them. Daphne decides to still extend her invitation and forget the errors of the past. To the Featheringtons, it's Daphne's youth and immaturity that shows her being kind to those who are unfortunate in a cruel world, that makes her a pure person, even though she goes through things. We almost wonder if her mother used to be the same, although her mother is more hardened because she's now a matriarch of many children, but she seems to have a connection with Daphne still, but plays her role in society very strictly and wants her daughter to upgrade in her marriage and things like that. Daphne extends her invitation and forgets the errors of the past. She's a youthful, just maturing, forgiving person and a versatile kind of person, whereas Simon is very stuck in his ways, in his trauma. Next scene, devastating news for Marina. George's brother visits the town and shares bad news. And the next scene, devastating news for Marina. George's brother visits the town and shares bad news. George's brother visits the town and shares bad news. George has died in the battlefield. Marina walks off in shock. George's brother visits the town and shares bad news. George has died in the battlefield. Marina walks off in shock. Daphne chases after her, and Marina tells her that George was writing to her as George's brother visits and shares bad news that George died at the end. He comes back with the news after Marina tried to investigate before she ran away. She wants to know the truth. George has died in the battlefield. Marina walks off in shock. Daphne chases after her. Marina tells her that George was writing to her as he died. But telling her that he loved her and wanted a family. She's devastated and regrets believing he was a villain. Walks off in shock. Daphne chases after her. Daphne chases after her. Marina tells her that George was writing to her as he died. Was telling her that he loved her and wanted a family. She's devastated and regrets believing. Marina walks off in shock. Daphne chases after her. Marina tells her that George is writing to her as he died. Marina walks off in shock. Daphne chases after her. Marina tells her that George was writing to her as he died. They were trying to write the last love letter to her, and that he died in the process. He couldn't get back to her to feel her, reassure her he's coming back, and he died. Daphne chases after Marina after she walks off to console her, whether she's feeling better. He told her that he loved her and wanted a family. She's devastated and regrets believing he was a villain. And Marina tells her that George was writing to her as he died. He was telling her that he loved her and wanted a family. She's devastated and regrets believing he was a villain. Marina has definitely been wronged in the story and must wonder what season 2 holds for her. Marina tells her that George was writing to her as he died. was telling her that he loved her and wanted a family. Tells her that George was writing to her as he died. He was telling her that he loved her and wanted a family with her. Definitely chases after her. So he tells her that George was writing to her. He's saying that he loved her and wanted a family. He's devastated and regrets believing he was a villain. Telling her he loved her and wanted a family. She's devastated and regrets believing he was a villain. Marina has definitely been wronged. That George loved her. She felt he abandoned her all along. Meanwhile, he actually died. He was writing to tell her his last regrets, and he told her, telling her he loved her, and those are his last feelings for her. She's devastated. Finally knowing the truth releases her her grief and things like that, her bitterness about the way things ended. Marina has definitely been wronged in the story. Wonder whether she comes back for season 2 and what that holds for her, but hopefully her life turns around. But after this, you need to catharsis, knowing how George really loved her, truly loved her before he died, and he sacrificed himself just for her love. Okay, so in the next scene, closer to exposing Lady Whistledown, believing her to be Lady Whistledown, Eloise visits Genevieve at her shop, asks her for a dress at the ball. She talks about Lady Whistledown's, believing her to be Lady Whistledown. Eloise visits Genevieve at her shop, asks her for a dress at the ball. She talks about Lady Whistledown's, believing her to be Lady Whistledown. Eloise visits Genevieve at her shop and asks her for a dress at the ball. She talks about Lady Whistledown's muses. She then brings up her brother Benedict, who normally withstands gossip. She believes Genevieve, this tailor, is Lady Whistledown, and tries to invoke her, question her. She talks about Lady Whistledown's muses. She then brings up her brother Benedict, who normally withstands gossip. He doesn't want to be in gossip, but he's hiding at the back of the store to bear witness. She believes Lady Whistledown is Genevieve, and going to, under the guise of buying a dress, she starts to question Genevieve about what she does for a living and whether she's Lady Whistledown. Genevieve tells Eloise she wouldn't mean harm to anyone, as she believes that Lady Whistledown can handle herself. She says she's not the one. Eloise seems closer to finding out who Lady Whistledown is. In the next scene, trying to reach out to Simon. As Simon heads to a boxing match, Daphne asks what his father did and wants an explanation. Daphne asks what his father did and wants an explanation. Simon tells Daphne that he's doing this for her own good and that she'll be better off without him. Before the fight, Will is unsure what to do and considers losing. Simon goes to the boxing match to talk about Will. Daphne asks what his father did and wants an explanation. Simon tells Daphne that he's doing this for her own good. What his father did and wants an explanation. Simon asks what his father did and wants an explanation. Simon tells Daphne what he's doing this, that he's doing this for her own good. But she'll be better off without him. She has heard about what his father did. She said the truth. She said about his background and his pain. Simon tells Daphne he wants to release, spend time apart, and that will be better off without him. Before the fight, Will is unsure what to do and considers losing on purpose because he receives an offer to lose the fight and win a very big compensation for that. That will be able to fund him forever, and that he should lose his fights by a very devious offer. And so, what Sean was doing considers losing, so they receive the scam purse. It's from Lord Featherington, who is trying to scam his way into the boxing world, who is now making scams on behalf of the Featherington family. He wants to pay Will to lose a match to scam the reward, and Lord Featherington will receive a compensation for that scam. He wants Will to he will pay him more to lose the reward, because Lord Featherington wants the person the challenger to win, because he has interest there. He's trying to scam Will out of his competition. He brings a very scamming deal. Will is unsure what to do, considers losing, and it's obviously Lord Featherington that is bringing this scam, trying to reap another shady scam deal or promotion from Will, who is trying to achieve, win in his career, and then move on, like win prize to win with his achieve, in his prime, win his boxing match and things like that. And the next thing is supporting offer. George's brother Sir Philip asked Marina if she will marry him. Sir Philip, who is the elderly man, is still after Marina, asks if she will marry him and feels it's his duty to care for her, even in his age gap and his age difference. Lady Featherington believes it's a good deal. Marina, she still wants Marina out of her house. Marina does not want to marry Sir Philip because she does not love him. Philip wants to fulfill his brother's wishes and look after her. She ultimately doesn't want Sir Philip to marry her. She just feels he's too old. Marina rejects it and asks him to leave. He's too reserved. It's not her type. Colin was handsome and young and brooding, but the two of them were too young, star-crossed lovers. Marina rejects it and asks him to leave. When he leaves, Lady Featherington is furious, that this girl is still rejecting my marriage offers and my matchmaking, and I'm supporting her. I want her to leave, to marry off, and she's rejecting all this. And the last engagement didn't work, and she's furious. In the next scene, searching for the truth, Daphne scars the Hastings house because the scandal of Maria is too much, given that everybody now knows about her pregnancy and she has been left to be even secluded and to have her health, and everybody's wondering where she is, and so they want her to marry quietly, whether it's an old man or it's Lord Featherington, Lord Philip, who will take care of her for life and take on the child, and they want the scandal away. So that's the end of that scene. In the next scene, searching for the truth, Daphne scars the Hastings house to search for answers. She finds a pile of letters from Simon. Daphne scars the Hastings house to search for answers. She finds a pile of the Hastings house for answers. She finds a pile of letters for Simon to finds the Hastings house to search for answers. She finds a pile of letters from Simon to his father that are unopened. There's a sad expression on his face. It seems she understands now. Scarring the Hastings house to search for answers. She finds a pile of letters from Simon to his father that were unopened. A sad expression on his face. It's a turning point. Daphne can now approach the situation with sympathy rather than frustration. Finds a pile of letters from Simon that were unopened. Letters he was writing to feel about, express his feelings to his father, his upbringing. Sad expression on his face. She understands. It seems she understands now. It's a turning point. Daphne can now approach the situation with sympathy rather than frustration. She's in the story well and centers the ending of Bridgerton season 1. First, the Hastings house to search for answers. She finds a pile of letters from Simon to his father that were unopened. There's a sad expression on her face. She understands now. It's a turning point. There's a pile of letters from Simon to his father that were unopened. Sad expression on her face. Seems she understands now. This is a turning point. Daphne can now approach the situation with sympathy rather than frustration. It's written in the story. That these are the letters. These are the writings he wrote. He can't come to bear with his feelings, but he's written all of that down. She can see that, and she can read it and understand his pain. This is the turning point in their lack of communication. Now she can read and understand how he truly felt, and letters that were unopened by his father, who never cared to nurture his child's feelings, and that's just a catharsis for the two of them. In the next scene, sex and scams at the boxing tournament, where they fixed Lord Featherington has bribed Will to fix his match and lose. At the boxing, Anthony cannot keep his eyes off Sienna, who is now left, to date another person. They are intensely staring at each other, and they meet each other in the back and have sex. Meanwhile, Will continues to box, so he loses on purpose. Lord Featherington celebrates the amount of money in the back and have sex. Meanwhile, Will continues to box, but he loses on purpose. He does it on purpose to collect the scam reward and goal. He does the fighting, but he intends to lose to fulfill Lord Featherington's offer. Lord Featherington celebrates the amount of money that he's won as a result of this, making Will to lose his title for that reason. He he went against his conscience and did that. Simon knows Will faked his loss and approaches him about it because it was very obvious he chose to lose. He asks about his honor. Will believes his honor is looking after his family, and he's really been struggling trying to win, to propel his boxing career to, get achieve more in his boxing and gets his boxing going, his career going, and it's been like, financially he's trying to use boxing to, just a young rookie, and this is like a big win for him, so he just feels his honor is to take care of his family, and if he can retire now, he would. He brings up Simon's wife, Daphne. Will senses Simon is angry, but he doesn't know why, but he knows he's made a choice, going forward with his marriage. He's opened up letters to Daphne. Daphne is unearthing more about the truth about him. But it's just Simon is angry because he's the frustration with him being transparent about his past is annoying, and so he's not angry with him. He's angry with Will not winning and things that are happening, like things are not going forward, but his marriage is really taking a toll on him, so he tells him something to do about it. He gives him advice. In the next scene, speaking to Lady Danbury, Daphne asks Lady Danbury about the letters from the Duke to her father, about letters the Duke wrote. Lady Danbury has always known the Duke since childhood. She's been like a childhood mother figure. She wants to know about letters from the Duke to her father. She asked Lady Danbury. She had no idea that Simon could not speak as a child, and they show flashbacks of how Simon grew up. He couldn't really speak. He had learning difficulties, and Lady Danbury used to scold him, teach him, care for him. Shock was causing him not to learn well. She has letters from the Duke to the father when he couldn't communicate, and the Duke used to be hard on him and speak to him harshly and call him names, trying to, about his slow education, his slow abilities, and, he was scared. So rather to encourage him to progress, Lady Danbury used to encourage him to write how he felt about his father, to, communicate, to develop a sense of confidence about that, rather than his father being harsh. And in the end, he's now a brilliant person. She had no idea that Simon could not speak as a child. The Danbury tells Daphne of the Duke's triumph and how it was his alone, despite her encouragements. The Danbury tells Daphne of the Duke's triumph, how it was his alone, despite her encouragements. He tells Daphne of the Duke's triumph with her, how it was his own triumph alone, despite his encouragements. Despite her encouragements. She had no idea that Simon could not speak as a child. Lady Danbury tells Daphne of the Duke's triumph and how it was his alone. Danbury tells Daphne of the Duke's triumph, how it was his alone despite her encouragement. That Simon could not speak as a child. The Danbury tells Daphne of the Duke's triumph and how it was his alone despite her encouragement. The next in the family gathering, the next morning, Daphne joins Simon for breakfast, who surprises him. She asks Simon to join her at Bridgerton house because Francesca has returned. And there will be a family gathering. There's a calmness between them, and Daphne is making an effort to heal the tension between them. As Simon to join her at Bridgerton house because Francesca has returned. There will be a family gathering for all of them as Francesca has come back. She has Simon to join her at the Bridgerton house. There's a comment between them, and Daphne is making an effort to heal the tension between them. The story has turned on its head. There's a sense of gameplay. They are slowly reaching a conclusion for each other. She's asked Simon to join her at Bridgerton house. So there will be a family gathering. There's a comment between them, and Daphne is making an effort to heal the tension between them. Family to join her Bridgerton house. And Daphne has returned, and there will be a family gathering. There's a comment between them, and Daphne is making an effort to heal the tension between them. The story has turned on its head. There's no business or gameplay. They are slowly reaching a conclusion for each other, and Francesca has come back. The family gathering, there's calmness between them. Daphne is making an effort to heal the tension between them. About Simon and Francesca. Simon to breakfast surprises him. He asks Simon to join at Bridgerton house because Francesca has returned. There will be a family gathering. There's a comment between them. Daphne's making an effort to heal the tension between them. Simon for breakfast, which surprises Simon to join at Bridgerton house because Francesca has returned. There will be a family gathering. Comments between them, and Daphne is making an effort to. Francesca is the youngest child, just the youngest sister of Daphne. She comes over, so Francesca is returned. There will be family around. She asked Simon to join her at Bridgerton. There will be family gathering. There's a calmness between them. Daphne is making an effort to heal the tension. So as returned on its head, there's no bitterness or game playing. They're slowly reaching a conclusion for each other. Story is turned on its head. No bitterness, no game playing. They're reaching a conclusion for each other. As Daphne, which breakfast, Simon for breakfast, which surprises him. As I'm to join her, just for a romantic breakfast with the family. Story has turned on its head. There's no bitterness or game playing. They're slowly reaching a conclusion for each other. Conclusion is that they feel like they are finally getting through to each other. No bitterness. They're open. They're upfront to each other. In the next scene, Eloise updates Penelope. Benedict tells Eloise to leave Genevieve alone. Anthony overhears and learns that Eloise tells Eloise to leave Genevieve alone. Anthony overhears and learns that Benedict had that that's his brother, and tells Genevieve to leave and Genevieve alone. Anthony overhears and learns that Benedict that his brother has a close friendship with her. Benedict said that Eloise and Genevieve are close. Genevieve has gone to inquire about Lady Whistledown. Eloise has gone to inquire about Lady Whistledown from Genevieve, which Benedict has warned her not to do. Genevieve and Eloise begin to share secrets. He overhears that she and Genevieve are close, which is not good for him to know. He's trying to protect everyone. Penelope shows up at the gathering and Eloise updates on who Lady Whistledown is and that they can change the fortunes of the Featherington family. Penelope wants to know what Eloise discovered. She's asking what did she hear about Lady Whistledown? Who did she find out it was? And she says she doesn't know who it is, but that she'll be able to know, and that will change a lot of fortunes about the Featheringtons. That will be able to help her know who is spreading rumors about her family and things like that. Penelope seems to feign innocence. She wants to know who it is that is Lady Whistledown. But Penelope does not believe the status of her family will be changing anytime soon, and she withdraws. She just feels like the family is totally torn apart, financially ruinous, too many underdoings. This becomes clearer later on in the chapter as to why she was downbeat. Because of her family. At the gathering, Simon plays with the children and Daphne looks on. So he's playing with the children at the gathering. He's showing his familial, like his fatherly side, his fatherly nurturing side. He's happy to feel nurturing, feel fatherly. Feel nurturing. Fatherly nurturing. And feeling fatherly, feeling nurturing, feeling confident, like feeling child compliance, feeling like a father, and he's happy to play, and he's proud that he's with the children, plays with the children, and Daphne looks on. In the next scene, moments of clarity, Marina suddenly needs a doctor and alerts Lady Featherington. Doctor tells her that the poisonous tea will not be ridding the baby, and she was foolish to think so. He's the doctor and alerts Lady Featherington. Doctor tells her that the poisonous tea will not be ridding of the baby. She won't be able to abort the baby with the tea. She has told Lady Featherington what she plans to do with the baby. She wants to abort it, and using all this concoction will not work. And she was foolish to think so. Meanwhile, Anthony enjoys his time with Sienna. She tells her that he will not be dancing with the lady at the last ball of the season. He enjoys his time with Sienna. He tells her that he will not be dancing with the lady at the last ball of the season. He asks her to join him as he believes they have a path now to a relationship. Him and Sienna are fully, they feel like he feels like she's the one. Sienna, they cannot fully get, be more serious, and he wants them to be together. Maybe this is a fantasy, but Anthony says he wants her there by his side. Benedict's saying this is a fantasy. Anthony says he wants her there by his side. Benedict's new relationship with Genevieve has obviously changed his mind. He's found clarity in his life. As he believes in a partner's relationship. This is a fantasy, but Anthony says he wants her there by his side. As this new relationship with Genevieve has obviously changed his mind. He's found clarity in his life. And he asks us to join him as he believes they have a partner to relationship. Sienna believes it's a fantasy, and he says he wants her there by his side. Benedict's new relationship with Genevieve, they seem to be getting along. Him and Genevieve are now having more intimate relationship. That has changed his mind about women and relationships, and he feels he's had more clarity than the behavior of his elder brother, who is a very randy, kind of bachelor. Stella believes that Anthony is still playing with her, that's a fantasy, he wants to be serious, but she won't risk her emotions on that. And there's more clarity in each of their lives. In the next scene, Daphne keeps it cool. Daphne and Simon look at their portrait together. They discuss the order, their family portrait of the two of them as newlyweds together. They discuss the order of events at their ball. They agree on how many dances they should have. Then they stare into each other's eyes. Daphne and look at the portrait, discuss the order of events at the ball, how many dances they should have. Daphne and Simon at their portrait, they discuss the order of events at their ball. They agree on how many dances they should each have. They then stare into each other's eyes. Daphne tells Simon that he was brilliant with the children. Simon reminds her he still doesn't want any of his own. Daphne does not react at this time. They discuss the order of events at the ball. They agree on how many dances they should have. Stare into each other's eyes. Daphne tells Simon that he was brilliant with the children. Simon reminds her that he still doesn't want any of his own. Daphne does not want a reaction this time. They discuss the order of events at the ball, how many chances they should have. They then stare into each other's eyes. Daphne tells Simon that he was brilliant with the children. Simon reminds her that that they had a good time with children and that they're really good for each other. They agree how many dances the two of them should have, and they want to reconcile. Reminds still doesn't want any of his own. Daphne does not react this time. Reminds still doesn't want any of his own. Daphne does not react this time. He's still confused about whether he wants to have a child or not, but he's still willing to, they're playing parents and they're happier than they ever were. Daphne doesn't react, she's just going to be patient. In the next scene, the ball begins. The last ball of the season begins. Eloise is feeling tense in her corset. She's starting to have her coming out. She's feeling tense in her corset. She doesn't want this life. Daphne tells her sister she looks exquisite in her gown. Eloise thanks Daphne for being perfect, so she doesn't have to be. Featherington family arrives. There were a few onlookers. Eloise, last ball of the season begins. Eloise is feeling tense in her corset. She doesn't want this life. Daphne tells her sister she looks exquisite in her gown. Eloise thanks Daphne for being perfect. Daphne tells her sister she looks exquisite in her gown. Eloise thanks Daphne for being perfect, so she doesn't have to be. That Daphne is making a very perfect bride, and Eloise can make mistakes and grow by herself. She doesn't want to continue to make any more like doing all this season and doing all these debutante things. She feels fine, but it's not something for her. She doesn't have to be. The Featherington family arrives and there are a few onlookers. Meanwhile, Lord Featherington is in trouble with the men he scammed. Thanks for being perfect. She doesn't have to be. Featherington family arrives and there are a few onlookers. Meanwhile, Lord Featherington is in trouble with the men he scammed. Thanks for being perfect. She doesn't have to be. The Featherington family arrives and there are a few onlookers. Meanwhile, Lord Featherington is in trouble with the men he scammed. Doesn't have to be. Featherington family has arrived and there are a few onlookers. Meanwhile, Lord Featherington is in trouble with the men. This is how she looks exquisite in her gown. Eloise thanks Daphne for being perfect, so she doesn't have to be. So the Featherington family arrives. They're onlookers. Everybody is arriving for Eloise's ball of the season. Lord Featherington is in trouble with the men he scammed. They come back to meet him, that he made that scam deal, and they come to assault him. The deal he made has gone bad, and everyone has come back to meet him to assault him about it. Featherington family arrives, and they are onlookers about it. In Lord Featherington's trouble with the men, the deal with the men he scammed the deal he did is scammed. Someone is leaving. Caitlin, next to someone is leaving. Colin approaches Penelope. She's nervous around him. Colin apologizes for being a fool for attempting to marry Marina. He tells her he's leaving to travel, which makes Penelope emotional, and she walks off. This is the last blow for Penelope, as she's well and truly heartbroken. Colin approaches Penelope. She's nervous around him. Colin apologizes for being a fool for attempting to marry Marina. He tells her he's leaving to travel, which makes Penelope emotional. Versus Penelope, she's nervous around him. Apologizes for being a fool for attempting to marry Marina. He feels that he's better, you know, his head is stable. He tried to jeopardize his future with Marina, and he feels that he's now better than marrying her. He didn't want to foolishly make that decision. Tells her he's leaving to travel, which makes Penelope emotional. Penelope still feels feelings for Colin for no reason. He's telling her, you know, his last goodbyes. Penelope still feels jealous about him not ever having true feelings for her. You know, and she walks off. She feels devastated that Colin wants to leave. He wants to travel and leave and just grow up, mature, do that. But he's happy for Penelope's support and friendship during the period he was engaged and that thing with Marina. This is the last blow for Penelope. She's well and truly heartbroken. In the next scene, warning Genevieve. Eloise wants to tell the Queen about the outcome of Lady Whistledown's investigation, but she's stopped by a guard who tells her that they will unmask Whistledown and she will be seized. Eloise panics and tries to warn Benedict, but he isn't in the mood to talk. She decides to warn Lady Whistledown. Wants to tell the Queen about the outcome of the Lady Whistledown investigation. She's stopped by a guard who tells her that she will unmask Lady Whistledown and will be seized. Wants to tell the Queen about the outcome of the Lady Whistledown investigation. Yeah, Eloise wants to tell the Queen about the outcome of the Lady Whistledown investigation, but she's stopped by a guard who tells her that they will unmask Lady Whistledown and she will be seized. Eloise panics and tries to warn Benedict, but he isn't in the mood to talk. That Lady Whistledown is someone she may know. She feels that they will mask her, she'll be seized, and the information will come out. She isn't in the mood to talk about Lady Whistledown because he's gotten to know Eloise more. What's her name? Ew. Visits Sienna's house and partner answers the door. Sienna comes to the door. Outcome of the Whistledown investigation. She's stopped by a guard who tells her that they will mask Whistledown. She will be seized. Eloise panics, tries to warn Benedict. He's in the mood to talk. She tries to warn Lady Whistledown herself. About it, she feels Lady Whistledown is still at large. Benedict is still close to us. He feels Genevieve is not the one. She's innocent. Eloise wants to tell the Queen about the outcome of Lady Whistledown investigation. Stopped by a guard who tells her that they will mask Whistledown and she'll be seized. Eloise panics and tries to warn Benedict. In the mood to talk, she tries to warn Lady Whistledown herself. Also tell the Queen about the outcome of Lady Whistledown. Stopped by a guard who tells her they will mask Whistledown. She'll be seized. Eloise panics, tries to warn Benedict. She's in the mood to talk. She tries to warn Lady Whistledown herself. Tell the Queen about the outcome. And they're still investigating. She just feels that she'll be seized. The next thing, let me go. Anthony visits Sienna's house and her partner answers the door. Sienna comes to the door, but she refuses to go to the ball with him. She wants to look out for herself and she believes he's lost. She wants him to let go of her go as she's comfortable and content because her partner sees her for who she is. He does not wish for me to change and neither do I. Sienna just believes she and Anthony are better off separate. She wants him to let her go and continue with her normal partner because he's seen how fool she is and Anthony never did. So Anthony has to let her go. Anthony cries and apologizes. There seems to be an understanding on his face, almost like he knows what he has to do, almost, like he knows he has to, move and just, restart, like, retrace his steps as a man and things like that, mature. Also, being comfortable does not mean happiness. Comfortable with her made the relationship stale and he's not really happy with her. Audiences should not assume this story is over yet. The next thing, advice from Lady Danbury and Lady Violet Bridgerton. At the ball, Lady Danbury asked Simon about the separation. She talks about his pride and how it will cost him everything. Daphne asked her mother if being in love is different for men. At the ball, Lady Danbury asked Simon about the separation. She talks about his pride, how it cost him everything. Daphne asked her mother if being in love is different for men. Her mother explains how she misses dancing with her father and that her marriage came with trials and overcame them. We chose to love each other every single day. She tells Daphne that she's a Bridgerton and there's nothing she cannot do. They just asked him about the separation. Talk about this pride and how it will cost him everything. Daphne asked her mother if being in love is different for men. Her mother explains how she misses dancing and that her father and that her marriage came with trials and overcame them. We just to love each other every single day. She tells Daphne that she's a Bridgerton and there's nothing she cannot do. Yeah, Simon she talks about his pride, how it's causing everything. Daphne asks her mother if being in love is different for men. Her mother explains how she misses dancing with her father and that her marriage came with trials and overcame them. We just to love each other every single day. She tells Daphne that she's a Bridgerton and there is nothing she can do. They asked Simon about the separation. She talks about his pride and how it cost him everything. Daphne asked her mother if being in love is different for men. Her mother explains how she misses dancing with her father and that her marriage came with trials and overcame them. She chose to love each other every single day. She tells Daphne that she's a Bridgerton and there's nothing she cannot do. At this next scene, the dance, Daphne and Simon dance as planned. A waltz, they are fixated on each other. Thunder begins and it rains while others move away. Daphne wants to feel the rain. She starts laughing as it rains on her. Daphne announces that the evening is complete. She wants everyone to leave Simon and Daphne alone. She knows this is a pivotal moment and the audience does too. She and Daphne, they begin to fixate on each other and there's a rain scene. They're able to make, dance in the rain and show emotion and, it's like one of the, show passion, like it's able to, come back together, make amends and, be fully committed, like be happy. Her mother explains how she misses dancing with her father. Daphne expresses that she so in the next scene, a romantic plea in the rain. Daphne tells Simon she found the letters to his father and that she read them. She explains that just because it's not perfect doesn't make it any less worthy of love. Daphne believes Simon's father made him think otherwise. He made you believe that you needed to be without fault in order to be loved, but he was wrong. Daphne tells Simon she found the letters to his father and that she read them. She explains that just because it's not perfect does not make it any less worthy of love. Daphne believes Simon's father made him think otherwise. He made you believe that you needed to be without fault in order to be loved, but he was wrong. Simon found the letters to his father that she read them. She explained that just because it's not perfect does not make it any less worthy of love. Daphne believes Simon's father made him think otherwise. He made you believe that you needed to be without fault in order to be loved, but he was wrong. Daphne expresses that she is tired of pretending that she does not love Simon and she loves every part of him, even the parts he perceives to be dark. She gives him a choice. Can choose to love me as much as I love you. She then walks away. Her faults, from the past, and Simon's father made him think otherwise, that he's not worthy of love, but he says he made you believe that you needed to be without fault in order to be loved, but he's wrong. Nobody's perfect. Everybody, perfect or imperfect, deserves to be loved. That just because he's not perfect, it doesn't make him less worthy of love. That means that she expresses that she's tired of pretending that she does not love Simon, as she loves every part of him, even the parts he perceives to be dark. She gives him a choice. Can either choose to love me as much as I love you. She then walks away. This was a surprising emotional moment because the series decided to drop the sexual tension. and made it about feelings only, except aside from all the sexual scenes from the previous episodes. It was well measured, and the writers had this moment in mind. They chose to love each other. If he can equate her love that she's showing him, to equate it and give him the same amount of love. Next scene, Lord Featherington is gone. As Lady Featherington returns home, she learns her husband is dead. She returns to her office to see all the money is gone, and she sobs. The husband has absconded with the money from the business deal. He used their family fortunes to make the scam deal and run the scam, and that all the money is gone, and that he lost his fortunes in the deal. He's bankrupt his family, and that he's been killed by the scamming men who came to assault him at the ball, and they came to meet him, and they came to assault him about the money that was not refunded. She begins to sob and break down at the disaster of her family and finances and all that. In the next scene, working together, Simon enters Daphne's bedroom and tells her he doesn't want to be alone, but also he doesn't know how he wants to be the man she needs him to be. Daphne tells him he does not know how to be that man and tells him to stay. She suggests that they work to get through every moment together. The couple has sex, but this time Sam does not pull out. A significant moment in the plot. He has sex and he ejaculates in her. He doesn't pull out. He consummates the sexual act. It's quite surprising that a plot set in the 1800s gives the ultimate advice for relationships: to work hard through every situation. Giving the ultimate advice for relationships. The marriage season is ending. Penelope cries in Eloise's arms as Colin leaves to travel. As season ending, Penelope cries in Eloise's arms as Colin leaves to travel. Lady Featherington calls Marina stronger than her and that she will do well. Marina heads out on the carriage, but in a twist, she lives with Sir Philip. She's chosen a life of security. Lady Featherington learns who will inherit the estate, and she looks shocked. That Marina has decided to go with Sir Philip, and that she's chosen to depart and make her marriage with Sir Philip. Penelope cries that Colin leaves to travel, and that Marina has chosen a life of security over love and risk. Lady Featherington learns who will inherit the estate. She learns that the estate is to be inherited by it's not going to be inherited by her, and she's shocked. Learning about the father's death and how he left the estate is to be inherited by a distant cousin who's going to be introduced. Benedict tells Eloise in the next season, distant cousin to be introduced in the next season. Benedict tells Eloise that he was with Genevieve the night before. That this information, Eloise realizes that Genevieve cannot be Lady Whistledown. Lady Whistledown narrates that one day she will come forward and reveal herself. The episode shows that Penelope is Lady Whistledown. Why on earth did she not save the fortunes? Benedict tells Eloise that he was with Genevieve the night before. That this information, Eloise realizes that Genevieve cannot be Lady Whistledown. Lady Whistledown narrates that one day she will come forward and reveal herself. The episode shows that Penelope is Lady Whistledown. It reveals that Penelope is Lady Whistledown. They don't need to incite Genevieve's inquiry anymore. They suspected her, but it's narrated by the narrator that one day the person will come forward, giving the information that is clear that is somebody who trades in secrets. Penelope is discovered in the episode to be Lady Whistledown, but why on earth did she not save the fortunes of her own family who went through scandal, bankruptcy, scam, and hardship and all that? We'll find out in next season. After the reign nears an end, Daphne is pushing out her first baby with her mother and Simon by her side. In like a flash forward, we see Daphne pregnant, expecting, pushing out a baby, having birth, and the birth scene, having gotten pregnant that night, she and Simon made love and consummated, and ended up she's pregnant, and she was able to carry fully her first baby, and she's pushing out the baby with Simon and her mother by her side, full of everybody's full joy. It's a boy, a happy ending with no cliffhanger, but surely there will be season 2. So everybody's happy. It ends with the birth of a baby boy. Daphne and Simon are new parents. Everybody couldn't be more excited. Lady Danbury is excited. She's there. Everybody's is full with joy that Daphne is finally had her the birth of her child. She's finally giving birth, had a child at long last, and it didn't end in destruction of their union, and it ended in the fruits of the womb, and everybody's just happy. Ending with the cliffhanger, and there will be season 2. So it's the end of the season. The ending was the episode ended happily. A lot of twists and turns. We discover Penelope is Lady Whistledown, which is going to bring a lot of drama, a lot of storyline for the next season, which is a really good season. So I really like season 1. I would rate it 9 over 10 stars. I thought it was so amazing. It introduced me to Bridgerton, and I was so fascinated. I just thought it was so mad. I couldn't wait for season 2. It was so good. I just thought the characterization, it was so swift paced. It was so poetic. It was good. I thought it was a really good review, and I'm really happy with it. It had drama, it had tearful moments, it had spice, it had sauce, it had sizzling, happy endings, few points. It left the reader, like the watcher, the viewer, riveting, reflectional. I just thought it was amazing. Shondaland, you killed it. It was a beautiful show, beautiful season, and I enjoyed it. We saw very funny characters. We saw how it ended. It did end very well. It played out beautifully. I really enjoyed season 1. I thought it was magical. I thought it was pure genius, and I enjoyed it. It just gave me like a far away imagination. Like it took me to a far land. Like it took my mind. It distracted me really well, and I really enjoyed it. So I thought it was a perfect performance, and I rate the cast. I think my favorite character out of all the characters is I think my favorite character is Lady Danbury. I just love her. She's really a good character. She's amazing. I just love her statuesque, just her acting. She's a veteran. I love her. She's my favorite character. I love her. Strong black lead. She's really good, and I like the season. I thought it was good. I hope you watch it. I recommend you highly to watch Bridgerton season 1. If you've not watched or heard of Bridgerton, please go and check Instagram. Go and look on Netflix. See the posts. Start to check the buzz, check the reviews, look it up. Go and look on your show listing, look at the episodes, watch it, check the recaps, check the reviews, go and look it up and just screen it yourself. You'll be enthusiastic, because I thought it was just a great project. I was so happy to watch it, and it gave me like a sense of like romantic kind of like renewed spark for some things I would mention later. But it was really good, and I thought it was such a great, peaceful, beautiful, just a enchanted kind of show. So I thought it was really good. If you've never heard of it, go and look up Bridgerton for your own pleasure. Watch it, check Netflix, Instagram social handles. You can subscribe to Netflix for a small fee. Check on any streaming or website platform and watch reviews. You can also watch the spin-off, and it's available on all platforms. So if you've never heard of it, go and check it. Bridgerton, I'm sure everybody has heard of it. Go and relive the drama, go look at the actors, where are they today. You can even watch like they have behind the scenes making the actor, where are they now. A lot of big breakout stars from the show. We had Penelope. We had a lot of big breakout stars, people breaking out from the show. If you've never heard of them, a lot of big breakout characters from the show. From the show, a lot of breakout characters from the show who are really relevant today, and I think it's just an awesome show, and I was pleased, and I give it a 9 out of 10. It was great. Just another review. I hope you enjoyed it. I tried to explain and go in depth as much as possible. Try to review and recap the best moments from it. I hope you don't find this rushed, or you don't find this and if you don't, if you take my opinion, these are things that I enjoy watching. These are my own favorite shows, my own my own interest, my own taste of shows and things I would prefer to watch that give me peace. So I hope you go and check it out. You can watch it, stream it, go and find out, look it up, check your Instagram. I'm sure somebody has tagged you or something like that, a meme. This is meme worthy. All the posts are meme worthy. All the memes are everywhere from this show. They're all on social media. The memes, all the memes are everywhere. You can check your meme vlog, your meme list, meme folder. You find Bridgerton memes, because this was huge and we have so many memes and references from it, like I Burn For You and you know, Lady Whistledown, and just funny as hell. So I hope you enjoyed this review. I hope it was good. I hope you find it, go and check it out. You can relive it, go and rewatch it, make yourself you know, make yourself party to the debutante, the romantic, to season. You know, it's a new season. Make yourself a party member to the new season. Party to the seasonal invites. And yeah, I really enjoyed it. And yeah, I'm just giving this movie review, entertainment review back with another one. I hope you enjoyed it, and I hope it was really good. And yeah, this was a short one, and it has 2 seasons I watched, so I'll be back with season 2. So hopefully you set your notification and stay tuned on this channel, because the plot is still thickening. Come back with season 2 review in a bit. But hope you enjoyed this one, another one from me, and I hope you are, yeah, I hope you're pleased with my review, and I hope you you got a laugh, and I hope you you know, you got you know, relieved your own nostalgia from the show, and you know, you got a nostalgic feeling and all that. So I hope it was epic. I hope you enjoyed this, and yeah, I hope you continue to support this channel. Thank you guys so much for all your love and support and positivity. Thank you for blessing my hustle, for garnishing my hustle, for growing my hustle. Thank you for growing my content. Thank you for growing my, you know, consistency. God is good. We watch and we repeat watching and reviewing. So that's just what, you know, I'm giving what I'm giving right now. I'm a student, but I'm in the career stages, so I'm just growing, maturing, and I hope you grow with me. I hope you like this, short and sweet. It's a new week, so I hope you have a great week. It's Monday. I'm dropping this at the beginning of the week. God's timing is the best, and I hope you have a good week. I hope this is a good month for you. Happy new month, and get engaged. New quarter, new energy, new blessings. God is good. Thanks guys so much for subscribing. Thank you for your support. Thank you for staying tuned. I hope you enjoyed it. What can I say? Just you know, I'm playing my limits, and just I'm trying to, you know, working as it goes, and thank God for this. So thanks guys for watching, continue to support this channel. I hope you have a great new week, new energy. I hope you enjoyed the week, and I hope your goals are made, and I'll stay updated. Follow me on IG. I've never mentioned my Instagram. I don't know why. I'm building everything as I'm going. I'm a bot. I'm trying to build. This is the Mabel machine. I'm on machine mode. Follow my Instagram at IG at Senorita. Follow my TikTok at MabelIO2. Follow my Twitter at Uncommon Steps _ Uncommon Steps. And follow this YouTube at Miss Marbella 93. I hope you follow me on all platforms. Continue to you know, enjoy. I'm going to continue to stay up consistent on my socials and things like that. I'll be posting more fun things and updates I'm doing. Hope you have a great week. I hope you stay positive, and more to come, more blessings, more life. I'll continue to like, comment, support, subscribe, like, comment, share, and subscribe to the channel. Continue to stay notified, join the family, plug in, tap in, stay tuned. Give it a go, watch and like and learn and love. Stay tuned, support, subscribe, like, comment, share, subscribe, continue to grow, become a family member, join the conversation. I love you guys so much. Thanks so much. Have a happy week. Thank you for watching. Stay tuned, and I'll see you in the next video. Bye.